Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Whatcom County Council meeting for March 21st, 2017. I would like to call the meeting to order at this time, and would the clerk please call the roll?
Barbara Brenner.
Here.
Red Brown.
Here.
Barry Buchanan.
Here.
Todd Donovan.
Here.
Ken Mann. Satpal Sidhu.
Here.
Carl Weimer.
Here.
Thank you. Please rise and join me for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Shoot, I was gonna.
Okay, we have just a couple of announcements before we get rolling. First of all, if you have your cell phone with you, please put it on off or vibrate so it does not interrupt the meeting. I've got a message here passed by facilities. Whatcom County Code, I don't see any signs, but Whatcom County Code does not allow signs inside the council chambers. We've got a big crowd here. We want to make sure you don't block these aisles and don't block the doors. Those are fire egress means. So that should do it for announcements.
Seats. There's some seats down here. And some in the middle.
We got 8 sets of minutes. I'm not going to read all this to consider tonight. Do I have a motion for accepting these minutes?
Move to accept.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Is there any corrections, additions, or deletions to these minutes?
They're still blocking the aisles there.
Yeah, you guys don't block the aisle. Make sure you get, if there's any seats in your row,
There's
please
seats.
raise your hand so folks can come and grab those seats. That would be awesome. Thank
But
you.
they're still blocking them, and they're not moving. And they're getting in people's way.
Okay, we have, and again, we have a motion and a second to accept the minutes. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously.
Give him a minute.
Okay, everybody's getting settled. The next thing we have is the county executive is going to
There's plenty of
give us a
seats.
presentation to review the successful completion of the Sun House renovation and present some recognition plaques to our contributors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's good to be here tonight. Good evening and welcome to everyone. Today I'd like to take a moment to celebrate the completion of a rewarding and collaborative project. More importantly, I want to honor the generous donors who provided the opportunity for our private and public sectors to join forces for a singular purpose, which was the Sun House renovation project. This time I'd like to invite our donor representative forward so that they can be participant in this. Tonight we have with us Judge Chuck Snyder, current sitting judge for Whatcom County. We appreciate the work that he's doing. I'd also like to invite Rotarian Dewey Dessler, as many of us know, as the former Deputy Administrator of Whatcom County, and he worked with me for 4 years in the transition of the administrations. And again, I want to thank you, Dewey, for the work that you're doing there. So we have our 2 Rotarians, and we also have Sue Sharp, the Executive Director of the Chuckanut Health Foundation. Thank you for being here tonight also. In 2014, Whatcom County partnered with the Rotary Club of Bellingham and the Chuckanut Health Foundation to embark on a project to fully renovate and extend the life of the 100-plus-year-old home on Chestnut Street known as the Sun House. Together, these organizations generously donated about $136,000 towards the $285,000 needed to complete the project. And I'm going to thank you numbers of time, but $136,000 is very generous, and we really appreciate that. That's great. As you may or may not know, the Sun House provides critical residential services to people suffering from severe mental illness and who come from the county jail. They come from the Behavioral Health Triage Center. They come from other psychiatric inpatient treatment units, as well as they come from the streets of our community. And the Sun House provides housing, transitional housing for them so that they can rebuild their lives and have a successful restart into the community. To begin this project, a forecast of expenses was developed. The extent of the renovation work included a prioritized list of repairs and improvements to ensure for the safety and sustainability of the building. Including in that were framing and siding and front porch structural repairs, roof repair, security system upgrades, fire alarm replacements, replacement of the interior doors and windows, new flooring and carpeting, painting the interior and exterior of the house. And because we were having such a good time with it and we really wanted to get this project 100% complete, just finish something for a change, we built a new garage and storage shed included in that, which was a decision at the end of the project. Under the direction of our facilities manager, Mike Russell, Mike, you did a wonderful job on this. Thank you so much for that. Whatcom County staff facilitated an extensive bid process to acquire contractors for the different phases of the project, and they oversaw the contract work through the project completion. The county was pleased to participate in this project and to have partners committed to strengthening the important Sun House programs. The renovations provided to this century-old building will have a long-term impact on protecting and sustaining this program for generations to come. The community at large should be proud of the collected efforts of the partners to successfully engage and complete this project. More importantly, people suffering from the disabling conditions of mental illness will be helped immensely back on the path of better health, permanent housing, and productivity. Again, thank you for the opportunity to work together in supporting the important work and services provided to the people of our community through the Sun House. Before I read these certificates of appreciation, I do have a little bit of a slideshow. The siding before, you can see, is in very rough repair. You can see the rot on the front porch, and that was pretty indicative of the whole structure when we started. The interior hadn't been painted and renovated for years and years. The kitchen was not of an industrial grade, and when you have multiple people living in a housing unit, it's good to have a bit better equipment than what we have there. And there is the garage storage shed. For those of you that possibly are in construction or a little bit focused like I am, just look at the front door and you can see that it's just a little bit crooked. Anyway, the building was rotted out. So anyway, this is the siding after we've got done with the project. We went through, removed all of the rot, fixed everything up, obviously painted the structure. The interior is beautiful at this particular time. The kitchen is totally renovated with new countertops and floorings and doors. There's the new garage, and for a garage, it's not necessarily a garage for automobiles, but we have a requirement that the residents have their own personal belongings, and the house isn't able to necessarily house all of those. So we partition that off. The residents can store their belongings while they're transitioning back into the community. And as the first slide said, it says with a little help of our friends. The truth is, with a lot of help of our friends, we were able to totally renovate the county-owned Sun House for the benefit of our community. And I'd like to thank the community, Chuckanut Community Foundation and Rotary of Bellingham for their work. This way. Now I'm going to read one plaque and I'm going to include both names so that we don't have to do this too many times. Is that all right? So we're giving you this certificate of appreciation from Council Chair Buchanan, the Whatcom County Council, and Jack Lowes as County Executive, with thanks and sincere appreciation to the Rotary Club of Bellingham and to the Chuckanut Health Foundation for making a difference in our community. This certificate is awarded in recognition of your valuable and generous donation made towards the successful completion of the Sun House renovation project. And I'd like to thank you so much. You're welcome. Would either or all of you like to make a comment, a brief comment or two? Judge?
I just wanted to thank the county for your cooperation. I was a board member at Sun for over 20 years, and I've seen that program go from what it was to what it is today. It's amazing, the growth and the work it's doing for the folks in our community. And this was an opportunity that I think is kind of unique for Rotary to partner with the county and with the Chuckanut Health Foundation to do a lot more than any of us could do alone. So again, I thank you for your cooperation, and I know the folks who are living at Sun House are very appreciative.
You know, I think it's important for the public to understand. Good evening, council members. It's nice to see you again. It's important for the public to understand that so many dozens of people who are really in crisis, who are suffering from mental illness or some drug addiction issues, are really served very well with this particular facility and this program. It's been in operation for 35 years. And it's an 110-year-old home that's well accepted in the neighborhood. It really needed a lot of renovation because it's so intensively used. The demand is so great. And this project came together fairly quickly and pretty easily in a sense, because the leadership of the Rotary Club approached, along with myself, approached Jack and asked for some support to really start on a project that would really renovate it and sustain it for another 35 or 40 years, if not longer. Jack mentioned a few of the things. You know, all the flooring was replaced with hospital-grade vinyl flooring. The entire structure, inside and out, was painted. It was sealed. All the windows were replaced. All the doors were replaced. A modern fire alarm and smoke detection system was put in that met today's codes. It's a much safer, more secure facility that will really stand the test of time, both for its use and for the needs of this community for years to come. So I was proud to be a part of it. We approached Jack on the matter. Jack, his first words out of his mouth is, yes, let's do that. And then he brought it to you, and the council unanimously has supported it as well. And you used real estate excise tax money for it. So it really is not just the Rotary Club, and not just the Chuckanut Health Foundation, which also was just a great partner in this, but it was the county executive and the county council that need to have the credit for really pulling this off as well. Thank you very much.
I don't think I could say more than my colleagues that came before me, but what I will say is that we do work in the community every day to support programs like Sun and others, and the challenge is to find partnerships that not just take our resources, but leverage those resources and create sustainability long-term. And after doing this for a number of years, I know that it's only public-private partnerships that can make those changes. And so I really appreciate the fact that the county committed to this project, that we could be a part of it, that we could join with Rotary, and I just hope it's one of many to come in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
And please pass along our thanks to everyone in your organizations for all the hard work and everything that went into this project. We really appreciate your work. Thanks. Okay, moving on to our public hearings. Audience members who signed up, in the back of the room in the sign-up sheets, prior to the beginning of the meeting, you'll be called first, and you'll be asked to form a line on either side. You'll be given an opportunity to address the council for 3 minutes. You should state your name for the record, and council staff will keep track of your time, and they will give you a 30-second warning. That means you have 30 seconds to wrap up. And then they will tell you when your time is through. There's some charged issues tonight, so one thing that we ask out of respect, people are going to be pouring out their hearts. We really ask that you refrain from applause, from any negative, any booing, or anything like that. Let's just be respectful and listen to everybody's point of view. That's what we're here for tonight, and we would really thank you in advance for observing that. So, our first public hearing is a resolution and request for a public hearing regarding community block grant funding applications. So it looks like we have 3 people that have signed up. Greg Winter, you were first.
Very good. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Greg Winter. I'm Executive Director of Opportunity Council. And I just wanted to say a few words about this resolution. There's 2 components to it. One is the CDBG Public Services Grant component, and the other is a General Purpose Grant component. And John Davies, who's the Director of our Home Improvement Department, will say a few words about that second part. But for the first part, I just want to say, and actually for both of these components, we've been partnering with the county on this for a number of years, and it's been a very successful partnership. For the public services portion, the funding that we're seeking as a subrecipient to the county's grant is for the purposes of providing basic needs services to low-income households in Whatcom County, San Juan County, and Island County. And for the Whatcom County portion, the purpose is to provide those services at the East Whatcom Regional Resource Center out in the Kendall area. And it's proven to be a great, successful program, so I hope you'll support it. And now, John Davies.
Good evening. My name is John Davies, and I'm the Director of the Home Improvement Department at the Opportunity Council. And I just wanted to speak and thank you for your past support of the home repair program through the CDBG funding. We're just finishing a 3-year grant, and we are applying for a second 3-year grant. $500,000, about 70% of that will be spent in Whatcom County, 20% in Island County, and another 5% of that funding will go to San Juan County to help repair low-income homeowners' homes that are in disrepair. We combine that funding with our weatherization funding, but a lot of times we find the houses need a new roof before we can get into the attic and do our air sealing and insulating work. Or sometimes we have to upgrade the electric so it's safe to insulate. So it's been a great program. Thank you for your support. I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Thanks. John Neighbor?
I signed up for the wrong list, so I'm speaking for you.
That's okay, I'm used to that.
You're used to it.
Okay, that ends the sign-up sheet for the development block grant resolution. Anybody else like to speak to this issue? Seeing no one, will close the public hearing. What's the wishes of the council?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. Next is a public hearing on an ordinance amending Whatcom County Code 24.05 on-site sewage system regulations. And we have some folks that have signed up for that. Lee first. Oh, you want to do a staff report first?
I
John?
don't need to, but I would if you wanted.
If you'd like to summarize one, that would be awesome.
I can do that.
Yeah.
John Wolpers, Environmental Health. What you have in front of you tonight is an amendment to Whatcom County Code 2405, the on-site sewage regulations, as was just previously said. This proposed amendment is in response to the Supreme Court's decision in order to comply with the GMA requirements. And how we're going to look at doing that is by providing increased assurance of property homeowner inspections. We had previously come to you with trying to eliminate that, which didn't seem to be the best of what we could do. So we took your suggestions and we have recrafted a section of the regulation. So 2405.160, section C 1 and 2 is the new language that we took and have put in here. It does say that OSS owners found to have submitted a false report in which an evaluation was not completed or the system status was misrepresented when in fact it is a failure, shall have their homeowner certification revoked and must have all subsequent evaluations performed by a licensed O&M specialist. The other one is the health officer shall perform random audits of homeowner evaluations to ensure compliance. OSS evaluations must be completed by a licensed O&M specialist if the OSS owner does not permit an audit inspection. So that is what is in front of you tonight.
Okay, thank you. We will open the public hearing. First on the list is Lee first, and then Lyle Anderson.
Good evening, council. My name is Lee First. I'm the North Sound Baykeeper at Resources for Sustainable Communities. My job as the baykeeper is to prevent pollution from entering the North Sound and Strait and to help citizens understand the connection between prosperity, environmental health, and individual well-being. Resources has supported the work of the 10 Mile Creek Clean Water Project for over 3 years. As part of this work, we have always emphasized that bacteria pollution comes from a variety of sources: livestock, humans, pets, and wildlife. And we have always emphasized the importance of working to lower the pollution from all of these sources. And I believe that on-site septic sources are the easiest to fix. Take a moment to consider that a homeowner who wants to install a septic system must get a permit. The system must be designed and installed by a professional. It makes no sense to allow non-professionals to inspect these systems, especially now, when almost all of our lowland streams are polluted with fecal coliform bacteria. In the Nooksack watershed, there are almost 9,000 OSS systems that are not current with their inspections. This could mean that untreated waste from up to 36,000 people could be flowing into tributaries of the Nooksack River. This is equivalent to the waste from a small city. This is unacceptable. The Nooksack watershed was designated as a marine recovery area in May 2015 after 500 acres of Portage Bay were shut down due to bacteria pollution. Today, 800 acres are conditionally closed. Please consider removing the self-inspection privilege in the marine recovery area. It seems like a good compromise, as it will help prevent the Portage Bay watershed. It will help protect the Portage Bay watershed. I urge the council to take the time needed to revise the ordinance in a prudent manner. I hope it doesn't take 20 years to reopen the Portage Bay shellfish beds.
30 seconds,
Thank you
please.
for considering my comments.
Thank you. Lyle Anderson?
My name is Lyle Anderson. I had planned on talking to this issue tonight, but since I'm here, I will. I live up in Blaine area, not too far from Semiahmoo. I was out there yesterday, and they have these signs saying, do not dig the clams, or anyway, I went to the website. Semiahmoo Bay is, for some reason, off limits. So I moved in my house 3 years ago. I have an engineered system required to be inspected by someone else, a licensed person. I have never received a call. So I'm kind of stepping on my own foot here, but if we're going to require that septics be inspected by a professional, have someone at the health department give me a call.
No.
No clapping, please. Okay, anyone else like to speak to us on on-site sewage? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing and turn it back to council. What does the council wishes?
I'll move approval.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Mr. Weimer.
Yeah, well, I certainly support this. I think it's the least we can do, that if people are lying about their self-inspections, that they lose that privilege. My fear is that this really is the least we can do, and I suspect we're going to have to strengthen this perhaps as soon as the Growth Management Hearings Board sees how little we've done to strengthen this. But I certainly will support this evening.
Ms. Brenner.
Well, I respectfully disagree. I don't know, I've taken both kinds of classes offered, and we have a real simple system. It's a gravity system. Not only does my husband, he went online, took the whole thing, and he knows how to do it because he's really smart that way. But I actually know how to do it, and I am very low tech. So I was very disappointed in the comment that it could be all of this stuff happening. Well, it's not all of this stuff. Most people, even without the classes, most people don't want to have stinky stuff. They want to keep their system clean. And I just feel like it's so easy to scare people into thinking that this is the end of the world. I was the one who proposed that change to make sure that if somebody's cheating, that they are never allowed to inspect their system again. But, and for the fellow who just spoke, there are systems that are, I forget what they call them, but they're private. The way they're built are private, and only the maker of the system, it's kind of having a special thing where you're the only one who can, you know, what's it called?
Proprietary.
It's proprietary, but it's called something else too. I forget what it's called, but it is proprietary. And it kind of bothers me because I have also seen where a very good designer came up with a design that the state allowed, only to have the health department say, oh, well, you can't do that. You have to do this one system. And it's almost like they're promoting one type of system. So, and I will tell you what the system, you probably know what I'm talking about. But I just feel like it's such an important thing that if people don't understand their system, they're going to be way less apt to take good care of it. And it's good for everybody that people understand their system. So for people to learn how to take care of their system and do it is really important. And what better way than an incentive by telling them if you do this and you take care of your system, they still have to get it inspected by a professional, either when they sell the property or every so many years anyway, whether they sell it or not. But, you know, there's been these claims that, you know, this is a terrible thing. I don't think it's a problem at all, except for the people who are cheating, and those people are going to get ferreted out. So I appreciate what you guys did.
Mr. Donovan.
Yeah, I excuse me, I appreciate Councilmember Brenner's work on this, and I support it. But I think we do have to deal with the fact that we're not getting inspections current. I mean, if there's 9,000 in the Portage Bay drainage that are not current, that might be a problem for us. And you know, Hearst notwithstanding, I think the bigger issue is like getting the Portage Bay drainage cleaned up quicker than we did with Drayton Harbor. And that might, that will require that we're doing more enforcement, that we have to potentially get more resources to public health. I would entertain an amendment to do things that protect the marine resource recovery area in Portage Bay. But you know, in terms of where that might be what we need to do in terms of getting more compliant with the Hearst decision. But as it is right now, I would support it. Ms. Brenner?
I'm proposing an amendment that, first of all, everybody who has a septic system is paying a yearly fee. I would like to see the minuscule amount that it costs to mail out to people, whether theirs is every year or every 3 years. I want to see that happens, and I would like to see that money used specifically for that. And so that's my amendment, that there's a mail out. There's not been any mail outs except in certain areas that I've got one mail out since this whole thing began. And so my motion is to amend it, that there's a mail out to people with septic systems every 1 year or 3 years, depending on how often they have to be inspected. And that's my motion.
We have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second. Discussion.
Is this the right place?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we really inserting operational standards for the health department into
No,
ordinance?
these people are paying, and we're talking about such a small amount. They're paying about $20 a year to be informed, to be all this stuff. And also, I may have misseen, but I thought I saw John's head go like that, so I don't mind doing it. I think it's really important, and we should start with that. We want to get caught up on people with their septic systems. This is the best way to do it, inform them.
All right, can we have staff comment on that? Where would we put it? Which section, what title, what subsection, all that stuff?
Very good question. I'm not sure that I can answer that without really diving into it. What I can say is that how we're approaching getting all these systems inspected is through the pollution identification and correction that we have done with, in conjunction with the Conservation District, with the Planning Department, with Public Works, Natural Resources, and we're all looking at where fecal coliform is the problems that we're seeing. And so we're attacking specific watersheds as we go along. The reason that you hear that number of 9,000 is because we haven't yet got to that watershed. So we're going into the places that have the highest fecal coliform. We're working with, again, the CD and everybody else to try and address all of the issues, including for us, the on-site sewage systems. By doing that, we figure by the end of, I believe, the end of this year, we should have all of Portage drainages or watersheds that drain into Portage Bay with their initial evaluations for every single system. And then we will go back out to other areas.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I both respect both the comments of Mr. Mann and Ms. Brenner. I would like to suggest to Ms. Brenner, let's vote on this ordinance and then do a separate resolution on the area that you're talking about. I think it will, procedurally, it'll work better.
Mr. Donovan?
I was going to say something similar to that, because we've got FTE for inspections that might be needed. I think we have to talk about the issue of fines, and that's a fee schedule thing or something. The money to budget for the mailers that you're suggesting. I'd also throw in, grants and incentives to help people who maybe can't afford to pay for inspectors if they're, don't have the means to do that. That's a lot more stuff than we can do within Title 24 of the Health Code, I think. Yeah. So, but yeah, I agree. We need to give direction to the health department and provide resources to the health department to move on this.
Ms. Brenner?
We just spent tons of money updating our computer system. I don't see this as somebody having to lick and stamp and run out to the mailbox to send these things. It's a program, and I don't understand why it should be expensive at all. I agree, do what you're doing, but at the same time, there's this computer program that could just mail out to people. And I don't see that that's going to hold you guys back from any of the other stuff. Then these people will be at least, hopefully, keeping up. And if they don't, you'll get extra money by all the fines you're going to, levy, and then make them, the ones that don't, then they have to do it with a professional.
So within the local management plan, which is the plan that you had approved here not too long ago, or the update to that, that is our intention, is to have mail-outs go to individuals. The trick is that we have to balance the workload with the amount of work that will come in. So we are currently working on trying to get electronic submittals of this going on. So we've been meeting for quite some time trying to figure out exactly how to make this work so that we can then actually free up more staffing, which is actually within the front office, to not have to then re-enter all this data that we receive from homeowners. So we're trying to move to an electronic system. So that's where a lot of our efforts have been concentrated, as well as with the PIC program. So I believe that at the end of the year, we'll then be able to start with the postcards, get them out, because again, when those postcards go out, our intentions is to have that reports, the evaluations come in. We just need then to be able to process those in a timely fashion.
Have you worked
So-
with IT? Have you, I mean, to me,
Yes,
they're the ones.
we have internal IT that, we have a program that can do that.
Well, maybe you don't need your own program since this is an IT kind of thing. And maybe those people could be out there, going faster around to clean up Portage Bay and other places. I don't see why we duplicate some of the functions. And IT could probably set up a program that would work without any people having to be involved, except them at first.
And I understand that. As far as the postcards go, the mail-outs, that's not the issue. It's the issue of when everybody gets their postcards, then it's when all the information starts to come in. We are currently doing them one at a time, and we're going through those, and we're actually auditing a specific amount of those and then going out there. So it's a workload issue is what it is.
I understand, and maybe
Okay.
that's where we need to put some money, but this whole idea, it's been so long since the first people were notified that it's gonna be like starting over for you guys because it's been years. So it just doesn't seem like this is efficient at all. And I don't remember anybody at budget time asking for more staff to do this.
You're correct.
Do you want to keep your motion, or do you want to do something a little more comprehensive?
I'll withdraw the
You withdraw the
motion.
motion? Okay, so
Yeah.
we're back to the main motion on the ordinance. Mr. Sadhu?
I was going to say that just sending a letter or a postcard does not really solve the problem. Once people receive it, if they don't respond, somebody has to follow it up. I think what we have been discussing for last 2-3 meetings was that sending a reminder, it's like, your appointment reminder from your dentist. But it doesn't mean you have to respond or anything. What it is that when people go and do their inspection, now they fill out a manual form and they mail it in. Now, if you receive 10,000 of them, somebody has to enter in the computer. What we have been discussing in past few weeks was that they will create a computerized system that you can go online, you do your inspection, and then you enter the data, and they will actually get notified that so-and-so address have done their inspection. Just sending a postcard that you are due doesn't go anywhere more than that. It's just you received the letter, now what? So I think the issue, I personally feel that department is totally capable of knowing, and we have really emphasized as a council that we want to see more compliance. And another thing was that we discussed a lot was there are septics which are 30, 40, 50 years old. And there are some which are 10, 15-year-old. They are more efficient. They're more data, paperwork, design on file, and they have been built much differently than what we used to do 50 years ago. So I think that's where we have had a lot of discussions. I really don't want to rehash all that, but I support this resolution, and I think that department has been very cooperative and very innovative in the sense that how they want to handle it, and we want to give them at least 1 year and see how they did, and then come back to it if they improved their system or not.
Mr. Mann?
Okay, so I'd just like to point out, we've got 250 people in this room that came for at least 1 or 2 other topics.
Yeah.
We've been hashing this issue out in work sessions, in committee. We have a health board dedicated to that. I do not think this is the time for us to be suggesting operational tweaks to the health department. I have not been thrilled with everything that we do there, but this is also, we have an ordinance in front of us that we have worked on. We had a public hearing. Let's stick to our ordinance. Let's work with our health department to make some operational changes and get on to the main event so these folks can talk to us.
Any further discussion on the motion?
No.
Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Barbara Brenner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan.
Yes.
Todd Donovan.
Yes.
Ken Mann.
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Carl Weimer.
Yes.
That passes unanimously. We will now move on to the main event.
Thank you.
One of the main events.
So this is an ordinance imposing an interim moratorium on the acceptance and processing of applications and permits for new or expanded facilities in the Cherry Point urban growth area, the primary purpose of which would be the shipment of unrefined fossil fuels not to be processed at Cherry Point. Is there any staff report at all? I think not. Okay. We will open the public hearing. We have a big list. So as I call your name, please come down and get ready to go. Sandy and Dina, it looks like you guys switched your names?
It was just to keep you guessing.
Okay, it did. I'll let you go first since you're first. So Sandy Robbins, Dina Jensen, and Warren Shea.
Sandy Robson, Birch Bay. I urge you council members to approve a 6-month extension of the interim moratorium prohibiting the filing, acceptance, and processing of applications and permits for new or expanded facilities that would facilitate the increased shipment of unrefined fossil fuels out of Cherry Point. Such a moratorium needs to be in place until you are finished with the review process of the Cherry Point UGA amendments to the 2016 Comprehensive Plan Update. The council is well within its authority to do so pursuant to RCW 3670A 390. Upon completion of the review process, for the Cherry Point amendments, council can always lift that moratorium. The interim ordinance has been vital to providing protection to the critically sensitive marine environment in and around the areas of Cherry Point and to the culturally and spiritually significant properties of Lummi Nation, as well as respecting and protecting Lummi treaty rights. During the time period that the Cherry Point amendments to the 2016 Comp Plan update have been under additional review by the Planning Commission and now by the County Council. Council's action on July 12, 2016 in severing the Cherry Point amendments from the Comp Plan update process elongated the time frame for the Council's consideration and eventual vote regarding what myself and many others in Whatcom County feel are needed amendments to the planning policies in our comp plan in order to provide stronger protections to Cherry Point and to respect and protect Lummi treaty rights as outlined in the Cherry Point amendments. I'm grateful that you council members then voted on August 9th, 2016 to approve the emergency ordinance and then approve the 6-month interim ordinance on September 27th, which you are considering to extend here tonight, thus allowing the needed time to complete the extended review of the Cherry Point amendments. Without that moratorium, every day that passes while the proposed Cherry Point amendments are still under review is a day that the filing, acceptance, and processing of applications and permits for new or expanded facilities that would facilitate the increased shipment of unrefined fossil fuels out of Cherry Point could occur, thereby affording those permit applicants vesting rights under the August 9th Council-approved Comp Plan guidelines and policies. We need the stronger environmentally protective language and the language respecting and protecting tribal treaty rights provided by the Cherry Point amendments to be included in our county's comp plan before those applications would be filed and accepted. So I urge you to please extend the moratorium for a period of up to 6 months, allowing the council to complete its review and vote on the Cherry Point amendments. And if it shall be where you all finish that sooner, then of course that could be lifted if that's what would happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dina, then Warren, then Ken Callier.
Dina Jensen, Birch Bay. I want to acknowledge that this meeting is being held on land that is the traditional territory of the Lummi and Nooksack peoples. May we nurture our relationship with our Coast Salish neighbors and the shared responsibility to their homelands where we all reside today. I am speaking tonight in support of the interim moratorium at Cherry Point. I thank the council for this provision that offers protection during the time the Cherry Point amendments are being fully reviewed. The Whatcom Business Alliance has stated on their Preserve Cherry Point website that the County Council is considering a study to kill jobs and stop education funding. And to respond to those who may want to justify such a lie by maintaining actions like the moratorium and the proposed Cherry Point Amendment study for legal ways to limit unrefined fossil fuel exports are going to kill jobs, I want to read a portion of an open letter to America's coal miners and to America, a commentary by Mark Sumner, who worked in coal mining for 32 years. Quote, "If Congress repealed every environmental law and every safety law that affects coal mining tonight, you know what would happen tomorrow? There would be fewer coal jobs, and fewer still the day after that. In fact, the regulations that Trump is repealing will make that happen faster. The rule that has changed on allowing more coal waste in streams won't make new coal jobs. It will allow mining companies to replace underground mines with mountaintop removal mines. Those mines use far fewer people. When Trump signed that document and handed you the pen, what he was repealing was coal jobs. That's a genuine tragedy. It's a tragedy due to the replacement of coal in the marketplace and the replacement of miners by automated systems. Trust me on that last part, because I spent a dozen years implementing and perfecting systems that make mines more efficient expressly so they can get by with fewer trucks, fewer dozers, and fewer coal miners." Unquote. New, safer, cleaner energy is at hand. Natural gas has been replacing coal, and cleaner energy still will replace natural gas. The Armed Forces nearly doubled renewable power generation between 2011 and 2015 and intends to continue to convert their fuel-hungry operations to renewable power. BP has the largest operated renewable energy business of any major international
30 seconds,
gas or
please.
oil company. Please respect our workers and the planet, plan for community health and safety, and uphold treaty rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Warren, then Ken, and then John Holstein.
Good evening, Council. Warren Shea. I live in Bellingham. We are all neighbors here. We are all neighbors. We need to protect the Salish Sea and its wildlife, and to protect Cherry Point in particular. We need to protect our community from dangerous and destructive oil spills. We need to safeguard the treaty rights of our Lummi neighbors, who are the original residents of Whatcom County. And I believe we should protect existing refinery jobs and provide a just transition when the time comes. All of this can be accomplished. Tonight, I'm asking you to extend the moratorium on permits for unrefined fossil fuel export projects until the Shoreline Master Plan is implemented and new development regs are in place. Also, I ask for a moratorium on modifications of piers, docks, and wharfs that are in proximity to the Cherry Point Aquatic Reserve. Also, please strengthen the comp plan by requiring Magnuson Amendment review of all permits that involve the handling of petroleum. All of these steps are necessary if we are to provide a clean, safe, and healthy future for our children and grandchildren. And by restricting the export of unrefined fossil fuels, we ensure that they will be processed here, thereby safeguarding Cherry Point refinery jobs. Our planet is in trouble and Cherry Point is endangered. We cannot ignore it. And thank you all for listening. You have a very tough job. Thanks.
Ken, then John, and then Hamilton Dutcher.
Good evening. My name is Ken Kalier. I live in Whatcom County, just outside the Bellingham city limits. I've come here today out of concern for the future of our magnificent community and for the legacy we will leave to our grandchildren and to their grandchildren. I could fill my 3 minutes by talking about how fossil fuels are a dying industry, even a killing industry, threatening not only our quality of life, but also the very existence of life on this planet. But I and many others have made these points here several times before, and I expect others will make them here again tonight. Instead, I would like to highlight the false claim being perpetrated by all those green yard signs around the county reading, "Protect jobs at Cherry Point." If those signs are being posted by opponents of the moratorium on new fossil fuel export projects, I wonder if they realize that permitting exports of unprocessed fossil fuels is more likely to cause a loss of jobs than to protect jobs. I have heard union members, for example, voice concern that exporting crude oil could easily lead to cutbacks in refining and cuts of refinery jobs as oil companies opt for quicker, simpler profits. In short, this job scare is a red herring. Our county is home to a major solar panel producer and to numerous innovative green energy companies, which can provide many forward-looking jobs. Let's support that sort of future and look to the countless opportunities of renewable energy sources, not poisonous ones. Please extend the moratorium on permits for unrefined fossil fuel export projects until new development regulations can be implemented. Please add a moratorium on applications to modify piers, docks, or wharfs around the priceless Cherry Point Aquatic Reserve. And please undertake a thorough study into Whatcom County's legal authority to prevent future development for coal, oil, and gas exports. In sum, let's take a page from the Lummi's book and think ahead, not just to the next profit and loss statement or the next fiscal year, but to the next 7 generations. Please plan with the people of our great community for a sustainable future. Thank you for this time and for your service to the county.
John, then Hamilton, then C. Jean Carmen.
Good evening. I'm John Holstein, a resident of Whatcom County. First, I must thank the County Council for your tireless and effective efforts in making Whatcom County the wonderful place it is. Driving up Northwest Avenue today, I noticed a sign claiming that prohibiting development of Cherry Point as an export terminal would mean terminal workers will lose their jobs. I want to tell those workers that that is wrong. That claim is just one more instance of their fat cat employers spreading fake facts to benefit themselves. Workers who have jobs at the terminal now will not lose their jobs if we protect Cherry Point and the Salish Sea. They will lose their jobs a decade or two down the line, though, because the market is naturally causing fossil fuels to lose out gradually to green energy. That is why Whatcom County, in planning for the next 20 years, should make arrangements for retraining workers in the fossil fuel industry now, before it's too late and the market gives their jobs to other workers who trained themselves in green energy. The county doesn't have lots of money to retrain workers, but the county does have, one, the authority to make laws and regulations conducive to retraining, and does have, two, the smarts to get money from the Fed and state and industry that will help those currently employed in the fossil fuels industry to get retrained. If we plan smart and come up with a sizable pool of trained workers, Whatcom County will be able to draw more clean energy companies here with lots of new jobs. Our county will see fewer, if any, Salish Sea polluting ships, fewer land and air polluting trains, just a few clean energy companies providing lots of well-paying jobs. I support the council in its 20-year plan to make Whatcom County a place where all of its residents can live the good life. Immediate steps towards partially achieving this are those that Resources Bellingham is calling for. In summary, one, extend a temporary moratorium on permits for fossil fuel export projects. Two, commence a legal study into Whatcom County's powers to prevent future development for oil and gas exports. And three, strengthen policies in the comprehensive plan to prevent piecemeal upgrades
30 seconds,
for
please.
oil exports. These three steps are essential and urgent, but in parallel importance and urgency is justice for our workers in the fossil fuels industry. Council, please include provisions for the retraining of these workers in the Whatcom County 20-year plan. Thank you for your attention.
Hamilton, then Jean, and then Amy Pashon.
Good evening. Hamilton Dutcher, Bellingham lover and resident. We don't want another Fukushima problem coming.
Get in the mic, please.
We don't want another Fukushima problem around here. We have to understand what the corporation is trying to tell us, and we have to understand how we can make them do our work for us. We want to extend this moratorium, and we also want to understand each other. When we say, okay, you can only have 100 train cars so you don't mess up the crossings and the traffic. Okay, all of a sudden the train cars are double in size. Let's go to the piers and the wharfs and docks. They want to go deeper. Why? They want to get bigger boats in here. If there is ever an accident or a problem or a spillage, there's no way you can clean it up. It gets into the water, it gets into the air, all the islands, all the water around here. There is no way you can clean that up. We have problems if something happens. Then we get to the corporation. Everything's going to double if something goes wrong because of the size of the cars. Okay, is the corporation going to double their payments to their workers? Are they going to double their payments and benefits to their workers? I doubt it. But I thank you for listening. Thank you.
Jean, and then Amy, and then Steve Gary.
I'm Jean Carmine. I live at 1113 Chuckanet Drive, Bellingham. I'm the...
Can you pull that microphone down just a little
Still
bit
more?
and speak right into it?
Okay, I'm really short. I'm also the advocacy chair of the League of Women Voters of Bellingham, Whatcom County, and I'm speaking for us tonight. The League has been involved in protecting Cherry Point ever since 1997. We have a position on deepwater ports that reads in part, Cherry Point's ecosystem should not be altered or destroyed, and that numbers of vessels plying the Salish Sea should be limited, and that cargo with high risk to harm the environment or health should not be allowed. We urge you to extend the moratorium on new permits for infrastructure at Cherry Point to export unrefined fossil fuels to Asia and continue to seek environmentally friendly industries that use water economically. Bellingham and Whatcom County already have a large number of such industries, and keeping the natural beauty of the area intact will make it relatively easy to attract more. It is good to know that current family wage jobs in the industries at Cherry Point will not be affected. In fact, your proposed revisions may actually help preserve them, because in some communities which have become bulk crude oil or coal shipping ports, the jobs have followed the exports to Asia. Protecting Cherry Point is protecting jobs. Most reliable predictions based on data and market behavior see a rapid decline in demand for fossil fuels worldwide. But fossil fuels will be necessary for such essentials as medical plants, plastics, and for transitioning to a clean energy future. These fossil fuel needs that we do have suggest that we should keep the finite natural resources and the refining jobs connected with it in the United States, so that we do not become dependent on Gulf state oil as we have in the past. Burning fossil fuel in Asia comes back to us as air pollution and warmer, more acidic oceans, which have already harmed our fishing, shellfish, and recreational tourist areas or industries.
30 seconds, please.
The Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife states that commercial fishing and related recreational activities generate $4.5 billion annually and are responsible for 60,250 jobs. The shellfish industry adds 270 million and 3,200 jobs. Why would we want to risk destroying these proven resources if we sacrifice our birthright to support dying fossil fuel industries?
Time.
We will be the poorer for it.
Amy, then Steve Gary, and then Chet Dow.
Hello, my name's Amy Pashoff, and I live at Gooseberry Point out on the Lummi Reservation. I'm losing my voice, so I apologize, but I felt it was important for me to come and stand and speak with you today regarding Cherry Point, as you, our county council members, are quickly becoming the last line of defense to protect our home and environment here in the wake of the many changes happening at our federal level. I'd like to state that I strongly oppose Cherry Point to be used as a route for exports of crude oil, tar sands, frack gas, and propane that could come from Canada. The risks are too high and the returns are way too low. We should not continue to focus on growing businesses that pollute or destroy the environment or lower the quality of life in our cities. I would like to request the county council, like those before me, to please extend the temporary moratorium until the shoreline master plan is updated and development regulations are implemented. Additionally, please add a moratorium on applications for any modification of piers, docks, or wharfs in or adjacent to the Cherry Point Aquatic Reserve. Please commence a legal study into Whatcom County's powers to prevent future development for coal, oil, gas, and gas exports, and to strengthen the policies in the comprehensive plan to limit new piers and restrict permits involving oil transport. I know that many feel that further development out at Cherry Point is important for jobs, and as a job seeker myself, I understand that completely. But not all jobs are created equal. And that's what we need to remember. We need green jobs. These are our future. There's no need to go backwards to the environmentally degrading decisions and mistakes of our past. We have options. For what good is a job if there's no clean environment to live in? Thank you very much.
Steve Gary, then Chet Dow, then Rayanna Anderson.
I'd like to thank the council for this opportunity to provide comments tonight. My name is Steve Gary. I am a retired refinery worker and former union president. I worked for both Shell and Tesoro for 24 years and represented workers in both of those refineries. I currently work with the Washington State Blue-Green Alliance. I'm here tonight to encourage your continued support for prohibiting the export of crude oil from Cherry Point while allowing the export of finished products from the refineries in order to support production jobs while also doing our part to protect the environment. Our economy is undergoing a transition away from fossil fuels by replacing that energy with clean renewable power from many sources. This transition is going to occur whether we like it or not. What is not known yet is whether this transition will be just or equitable, whether we can have both jobs and environmental protections at the same time. I believe we can and must protect our environment while also protecting existing jobs as we create even more jobs in a clean energy future. This view is shared by the United Steelworkers, who represent 2/3 of refinery workers in the United States, also by the Washington State Labor Council, and also by most of our friends in environmental organizations. We make this transition just when we recognize and mitigate disproportionate costs. Those costs include the increasing harm done by global warming now, as well as costs to communities like our own, where families and local economies are currently dependent on the fossil fuel industry. We protect the Salish Sea when we prohibit crude oil export, while also doing our part to reduce the world's dependence on fossil fuels. At the same time, no crude oil export also protects refinery production workers by preventing one of the options we've seen refiners choose when their markets are reduced or when too much refinery capacity exists. In response to those conditions, we've seen refiners shut the production units down, turn facilities into export terminals. This puts those employees in the unemployment line while extending our dependence on fossil fuels and the environmental risks that entails. Your continued support for prohibiting crude oil exports while allowing the refiners to continue to export finished products encourages a just transition. This action supports protection for both the environment and existing jobs, while we create even more jobs in a transition to a
30
clean
seconds,
energy
please.
economy. Your continued support, I think, represents the greatest good for the greatest number and speaks directly to those who would double down on the fossil fuel economy, irregardless of the consequences. Your support represents an important truth about the economic and environmental challenges we face if the transition is to be just. It will be our responsibility to make it so. Thank you for your leadership. And if you can help those Teamsters out there in the sidewalk, please do that too.
Chet, and then Rayanna, and then Paula Rotendi.
Good evening, Council. Chet Dow. I live in rural Whatcom County. I'm standing here thinking about whether to try to stick to the point or go off. I will try real hard to focus, okay? You guys all were elected to represent the voters of Whatcom County. Each of you won your elections. I would like to remind you to consider that there's roughly 212,000 individuals that are residents and citizens of Whatcom County, and there are about 140,000 registered voters out there. And I commend my fellow citizens this evening for getting off their backsides, coming down here, and sharing their opinions with you folks. So you can weigh public policy here. The thing that motivated me just a wee bit was that in the proposed amendments to the comp plan for, I think it's policy 2CC16 that you spent a good deal of time this afternoon discussing, the one that really
gets my goat is the provision about appropriating $150,000 of taxpayer money to conduct this study. And I think it's unnecessary. You have a legal staff. The prosecutor's office provides you with legal counsel. You've had countless executive sessions that the public can't sit in on and know what's really being said in there. But I think there's one or more of you in here for sure, sitting here on the DS, that appreciates the legal ramifications of what's going on here. This is just ludicrous. We have a tax base here. A lot of your time tonight and this afternoon and all the time is dealing with paying for public needs. We had a nice presentation about the jail this afternoon, or the lack of a safe one, and it takes money to do that stuff. Well, here you are talking about appropriating $150,000 of our money to pay for a study that we don't need, when council has probably advised
30
you,
seconds, please.
since I couldn't sit there and hear it, but probably advise you that you're skating on thin ice with some of this stuff legally. I know some of you know this, you just don't want to, it's politically incorrect to say so in a public setting or when you're standing for office. But the county's exposed to the mother of all legal actions if this nonsense or this stuff continues, and the expense will fall on all the taxpayers. You're here to represent all the voters.
Time.
Not just the 250 people that were motivated enough to come down here, and there's lots of people that don't share the opinion of the well-spoken speakers this evening. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Rihanna, then Paula, and then Dirk Vermeeren.
Thank you, council members, for allowing us to speak tonight. My name is Raina Anderson. I have lived in Whatcom County for 6 years and am proud to call Bellingham my home. I've just graduated from Western and feel like I have finally found a place where I can envision myself starting my career, growing old, where I can help strengthen our community, be a good environmental steward, and encourage others to do the same. I am here today because our community's health and safety, our farms, our fisheries, our natural resources need your protection from the dangers of fossil fuel shipments. Therefore, I urge you to 1, extend the moratorium at Cherry Point until Shoreline Master Plan is updated and regulations are implemented. 2, add a moratorium on applications for pier, dock, or wharf modifications in or adjacent to the Cherry Point Aquatic Reserve. 3, commence a legal study into Whatcom County's powers to prevent future development for coal, oil, and gas exports. 4, recognize Lummi Nation's history and treaty-protected fishing rights. And 5, strengthen policies in the comprehensive plan to limit new piers and restrict permits involving oil transports. We only have one planet, and our resources are finite. We need to protect clean water and air for our citizens and generations to come. Researchers from the American Association for the Advancement of Science estimates 5.5 million people died in 2015 due to pollution, and that number is expected to rise with our continued and increasing dependency on fossil fuels. We cannot and must not be so dependent. It's just not sustainable, it's dangerous, and it's irresponsible. Instead, let's promote green energy jobs. These are well-paying and sustainable. I understand people are afraid of losing their jobs, and I would be too if we choose not to invest in our fellow citizens. But we could provide funding and support retraining efforts to help our citizens gain the skills necessary for this imminent transition to our economy. Please invest in your citizens, invest in green energy jobs, and move away from our fossil fuel dependency. And most importantly, protect your citizens and the place we live, work, and play. Changes are coming to our climate, our oceans, our economy, and we can either be prepared and create an environment where our citizens can thrive, or we can continue to pretend that our dependency on fossil fuels isn't causing climate change or harming people and their livelihoods, and get left behind by a changing world. I would just like to end with a Hawaiian motto I try to live by every day, and I hope you will do the same. Ua mau ke eo ka'aina I ka pono. The life of the land comes from doing what is right for yourself,
30
others,
seconds,
and
please.
the environment. Mahalo nui loa. Thank you very much.
Paula, then Dirk, and then Virginia Malmquist.
My name's Paula Rotundi, and I'm speaking in support of extending the moratorium and 3 specific things. First, I speak in support of Councilmember Weimer's proposed Cherry Point amendments to the comprehensive plan. Second, language in the comprehensive plan saying that Whatcom County does not support additional piers at Cherry Point. And third, the proposed policy directing the county to complete in 2017 a study examining ways the county can limit unrefined fossil fuel exports from Cherry Point. I believe these 3 things are necessary to protect what is most important, the clean, unpolluted air, land, and water that makes all our lives possible. I also believe these 3 things are necessary to protect existing Cherry Point jobs and Lummi Treaty rights. I ask council members and all my fellow Whatcom County citizens to remember that the purpose of corporations is not to provide jobs. The purpose of corporations is to maximize owner profits. 2 main things are causing job loss in America: automation and cheap overseas labor. It would be more profitable for corporations to export unrefined fossil fuel than to continue exporting refined fossil fuel. Exporting unrefined fuel requires far fewer workers because it's mostly an automated function of transferring the unrefined fuel from a train or pipeline to ships that carry it to foreign countries that have cheap labor. I ask council members to extend the moratorium and do everything possible to prevent unrefined, unprocessed fossil fuel export from Cherry Point, because that would protect us and our children and all the creatures that make this beautiful area our home.
30
and also
seconds,
because
please.
it would protect the refinery jobs that we now have at Cherry Point. Thank you for letting me speak.
Dirk, then Virginia, then Jerry Schuster.
Good evening, Whatcom County Council members. My name is Dirk from Marin. My wife and I are residents of Bellingham. I recently retired from the oil industry, about 30 years in the U.S. and overseas. My career has exposed me to refinery communities from Perth Amboy, New Jersey, to Port Arthur, Texas, and Ras Tanura, Saudi Arabia. While these communities benefited financially short-term by allowing refinery expansions, they suffered short-term, long-term in regards to community health, environment, and recreational appeal. Bellingham and Whatcom County currently enjoy high national rankings in terms of the overall quality of life and access to a clean environment. People move to Whatcom County for our natural beauty and our resources. We have a lot to lose. Expanding the refinery business model will significantly increase rail and water traffic, which will increase the risk for product spills and negatively affect local community access to water activities. Based on my insider experience, I have to ask, why do we risk our high quality of life only to grow our financial dependency on oil by becoming an export center for Western states? In my view, hydrocarbon is not a growth industry. Specifically in refining and terminaling, technology is replacing manpower. Instead, we can diversify by leveraging our attractive qualities and encourage future viable industries to build here and create high-paying jobs. Much has transpired since late 2016. There is an urgent need for your advocacy on behalf of our local community. We can no longer defer to the federal government or other outside entities to safeguard and preserve our local resources. You and I are the frontline stewards of our environment. Our responsibility to our community begins by proactively managing and protecting the natural beauty that attracts new arrivals every day. By definition, the comprehensive plan intends to establish long-term vision of what the county will look like in 20 to 30 years in the future. Therefore, I ask that the planning process incorporate an impartial analysis of the long-term risks to our quality of life and the negative impact to our local and regional environment compared to the short-term financial gains. Accordingly, we ask the council to extend the moratorium until the shoreline master plan is updated, to introduce a moratorium on applications for modifications in or adjacent to the reserve, to initiate and complete a study of legal study
30
to
seconds,
determine
please.
Whatcom County's ability for self-rule in implementing policy, and to strengthen the comprehensive policy, recognizing illumination in history and treaty rights, blocking new proposals for piers at Cherry Point Aquatic Reserve, and requiring a magnuson review of all permits involving shipping. Thank you very much for your time.
Virginia, then Terry, then Mike Sennett.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing us. I drove here tonight, or came in our brand-new 2013 used car, Nissan Leaf, charged by our 6.3 kilowatt solar panels at home. So I'm really working hard to put our money where our mouth is and not use fossil fuels. But this weekend, when I go see my daughter, when we go see our kids in Seattle, we'll drive our gas car because it's 200 miles round trip, door to door. So I'm not free from fossil fuels yet, and I expect that most of us in the room are not free of fossil fuels. We need them. There's not likely to be any more refineries built in this country ever again. And we need the refinery we have. Allowing fossil fuels unrefined to be shipped overseas, where there are virtually no environmental regulations and labor is cheap, will mean losing jobs locally and losing access to our country's natural resource. Instead, just making sure it stays with the company rather than with the country. We need to protect our refineries by not allowing these jobs to go overseas. Additionally, the kinds of raw crude stuff that they're using now doesn't just float, so it's not easy in an accident to corral it. It sinks, and that is impossible to clean. So we don't want this kind of stuff in our beautiful Salish Sea. In 2015, my husband and I took our 40-foot boat and put 15,000 miles under the keel and sailed into the South Pacific. It was beautiful. It was exquisite. And we came home and said, it is even more beautiful here. This is such a precious environment, and we need to do everything we can. There's no place in the world, not the South Pacific, not any place else, as lovely as what we have. And we need to extend every effort we can to keep it that way. Not allow more piers, not allow more raw, crude stuff going through our oceans. Additionally, I hope that you will, and therefore I hope you will extend this moratorium and fund the study that we need so that we can look forward 7 generations and keep our world inhabitable and protect its beauty. Thank you. My name is Virginia Malmquist.
Terry.
South of Everson.
Terry Schuster, Mike Sennett, and then David Kirshner.
Hi, my name is Jerry Schuster. Good evening. Thank you for listening to all this and having the patience to pay attention to everything. I'm in favor of extending the moratorium on the permits being filed while we can do everything we can to stop fossil fuels from being transported out of here. I think it would kill jobs, as other people have said. Looking at the corporations right now are jumping with joy with the apparent partial demise or full demise of the EPA and the regulations that are going to be, killed, and they'll be able to do more business that way and pollute more, and we don't need that here. We live in a majestic part of the country, majestic part of the world. People move here because of what we have as far as the mountains, the sound, the islands. They don't move here because we have a terminal, refineries. There's a few jobs that those provide, but people aren't coming here for that. We need to protect the majestic area we have and prevent the fossil fuels from continuing on their course, for which they've been doing for decades. And it's a dying business with green energy coming into play. Thank you.
Mike, then David, then Pete Holcomb.
Mike Sennett, Bellingham. Thanks for starting off this meeting with that Sun House success story. That might be a good way to start off all the meetings on a positive note. And thanks for taking up this issue. It can't be easy saving the county and the world one moratorium at a time. So I can't add to all the fantastic reasons that have been given for extending the moratorium, and I support that. And I'd like to finish by offering my support to my fellow Teamster brothers and sisters who've been out there demonstrating for a fair contract. And if there's anything you can do to move that process along, they've been working without a contract since December, that would be a great thing. Thank you.
David, then Pete Holcomb, then Ron Colson.
Thank you. My name is David Kirshner, and I live on Lummi Island. I couldn't find a clean red shirt tonight, but I do support the moratorium. I'm here supporting extending the moratorium, and I will keep my comments brief, as you have already heard some great testimony tonight. I would urge the council to do whatever is in your authority to protect public health and the environment with respect to permitting in the Cherry Point UGA. I ask those concerned about the moratorium, what is the hurry to permit new projects to export unrefined fossil fuels from Cherry Point? It seems to me that if anything, the moratorium will help keep jobs in the oil industry here in Whatcom County. According to the International Energy Agency, the cost of operating an oil refinery in Southeast Asia is about 1/3 the cost of operating a refinery on the west coast of the U.S. As a former commercial fisher person, I urge you to ensure that any new projects at Cherry Point aren't going to damage our fisheries or tribal fishing rights. Extending the moratorium is the right thing to do for our local economy, for our environment, and for public health. Thank you.
Pete, then Ron, then Bob Cecil.
My name is Pete Holcomb, and I live near Everson. And I have a lot of remarks, most of which have been already made. The one issue that has not been addressed yet is this threat of using the Commerce Clause, and I would like to speak to that briefly, because I know from rumor, at least, that there's a threat that there might be a lawsuit under the Commerce Clause if you keep fossil fuel exports from happening. And I think that we have some basic rights. We have the right to life, and you as a council have the right and duty to protect our lives if you can. And it seems to me that those basic rights, the right to the life in the Salish Sea, and the right to the life of the people that depend on the Salish Sea, trumps the Commerce Clause. And I think you should welcome a lawsuit under the Commerce Clause.
Ron, and then Bob, and then Barry Wenger.
Thank you so much, members of council, for
going through this for so long. You're dedicated, and my hat is off to you. I'm here to support the continuation of the moratorium. I've had a very successful career, 30-year career in analyzing business opportunities. And I've learned to tell the difference between valid business disclosure and hype. I have to say that the refinery jobs are not in jeopardy. That threat by the refinery employers is hype. We have a shortage of refineries in the United States, and the barriers to building new refineries is so onerous that, another person mentioned, we will see no new refineries built. Therefore, the existing refineries are valuable property. They're not going to be shut down just because they can't export crude oil. If we allow dirty fossil fuels to flow through Whatcom County, that would dissuade new businesses from locating here. And let me just mention a sentence from a study that was done and reported on in a Forbes article, January 25th of this year. Jobs in solar electricity generation now exceed the total number of jobs in coal, oil, and natural gas combined. Do we want to empower last century and be stuck with it, or do we want to embrace the 21st century and move forward? Let's do things like support the expansion of iTech solar panel manufacture right here in Bellingham. Let's actively solicit new employers to build factories in Whatcom counties. Do you know who's looking for places right now? Let me give you a very brief list. Vestas wind turbines, Tesla gigafactory to make electric vehicle batteries, APEC water filtration systems, and the list is as long as my arm of high-tech companies that are looking to expand and relocate. Training for those new jobs can be offered through Whatcom Community College and Bellingham Technical College. We all want to create new, well-paying family wage jobs, and we all want to keep the refinery jobs. So please extend the moratorium so that Whatcom County can prepare to join the 21st century. Thank you.
Bob, then Barry, then Krista Rome.
I'm sorry, for the record, Ron Colson. I'm in the Geneva neighborhood. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Bob Cecil. I'm here tonight representing the Cherry Point Aquatic Reserve Citizens Stewardship Committee. And I have to write that down to make sure that I can always say it. But the committee today did send a detailed letter to the council also, so I'll keep this much briefer than that. We're asking that you please extend the moratorium until the shoreline master plan is updated and until development regulations are implemented. We're also asking that you please ensure that the comprehensive plan policy updates are consistent with the Cherry Point Aquatic Reserve Management Plan, and also that you commence a legal study to determine what say the county may have in future development of coal, oil, and gas exports. In requesting these actions, the committee has provided you with a list of potential impacts from the modifications or additions to docks, wharfs, and piers at Cherry Point. We've given citations that back up those potential impacts. Impacts that we're particularly concerned about are light and shading of the water, breakwater effects, wave shading, changes to the sea life, and increased vessel traffic if there are exports. Suggestion for legal study into the county's jurisdictional power to approve or deny future development for coal, oil, and gas exports could lead to strengthened policies in the comprehensive plan that would prevent piecemeal upgrades for oil exports by requiring Magnuson Amendment review of all permits that involve the handling of petroleum. It could block any new proposals for shipping piers from Cherry Point Aquatic Reserve, and it would help you recognize Lummi Nation's history, treaty-protected fishing rights. We wish to note that our views in these matters do not represent those of the Department of Natural Resources, and that our members understand that this moratorium, if adopted, will apply to new developments within the UGA and are not intended to hinder the existing industries at Cherry Point. Thank you for providing this opportunity.
Barry, then Krista, then Mike Kirschenbaum.
Good evening, honorable council members. Hope you can hear me. First of all, extend the moratorium.
State your name for the record.
Oh, excuse me. I'm Barry Winger, Bellingham, Whatcom County. So extend the moratorium. We need time to discuss and understand these issues. They're very complex. We need time to gather facts and analyze those facts. And we also need time, this is hard because I can't see both of you at the same time, my notes and you. We need time to sort out legal opinions. And on that note, the comprehensive plan and the Shoreline Master Program have to be integrated by law. They have to be consistent. And so it actually makes sense to extend the moratorium beyond 6 months to when you've done the review of your upcoming SMP update. And with that is a great little prize, because the state, and this is a time of states' rights, which includes local government's rights, in relation to federal rights, which we all know a lot of those things are in flux. So under states' rights, your Shoreline Management Act, Ecology, and Attorney General's Office are obligated to support you and provide you free legal information and opinions on issues just like this. I worked there for 26 years. I spoke on the phone almost daily on these types of issues with the Attorney General's Office. They know this stuff better than anybody. So you can write some questions down, send them to them, get into a dialogue, and they can help you through this. Because, for instance, ramifications of the Commerce Clause, if there are any, really. I think that's a red herring also. Just think about it. We're not talking about transport of information or transport of goods on railway, or transport of goods on vessels, or transport of goods through the air. We're talking about a facility under the Constitution and under state and local law. Land use decisions are solely discretion of the county and under the shoreline program of the state also. So if you want to put an airport in, FAA's got supreme regulatory power
30
over,
seconds, please.
over how that stuff, how planes fly in and out. The county is the only one that can say, legally, we'll allow this facility. Same thing with shipping, transshipment of crude oil or whatever. The facility is the key. And under that, you could require, if you had a prohibition, that's great. Look at the options. One of the options is if you maybe have a prohibition or at least require a shoreline conditional use permit.
Time.
Which requires environmental review and a legal opinion and approval by the state. So thank you for all what you're doing.
Krista, then Mike, and then Jane Bright.
Good evening. My name is Krista Rome, and I live in the Goshen neighborhood, about halfway to Everson. Thank you for the opportunity. I've lived in Whatcom County my entire life. I'm an organic farmer, and my dad was a third-generation commercial fisherman right here outside of Blaine in Boundary Bay. I've spent my entire life making financial sacrifices so that I could minimize the damage that I do to this earth in my pursuit of career and happiness. I believe that the most pressing issue of our time is climate change and our failure to act soon enough to prevent catastrophic results. We must do everything we can at a local level to protect our water, our air, and our ecosystems, and that includes limiting future fossil fuel development and export. So I urge the council to extend the moratorium at Cherry Point. We absolutely must do everything that we can to prevent increased tanker traffic through the Salish Sea and the increased potential for pollution in our marine environment. If it were up to me, I would ban all export of all non-renewable natural resources, and we would have already transitioned to a 100% carbon neutral economy. As a result, I would probably feel a lot more hope for our future than I do as I stand here today. What the council is considering in actuality in limiting the export of unrefined fossil fuels is a well-thought-out political compromise, one that protects existing jobs, current fossil fuel needs of our state as we transition away from fossil fuels, while also preventing additional threat to the environment. It's not the radical change that I know we need right now, but it's progress. I accept it and I appreciate it. The main reason I came here today was to stand in solidarity with the Lummi Nation in their request that their history at Cherry Point be formally recognized and their treaty rights be upheld. Although I have no native blood, I will stand beside the tribes until the day I die, because they are fighting for all of us, for our right for clean water, healthy ecosystems, within which we can find our sense of place and rootedness on the earth. When they assert their treaty rights, they do so in order to protect and preserve the ecosystems upon which we all depend for our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, then Jane, and then Jane Freudenberger.
Good evening. My name is Michael Kirschenbaum. I live in Bellingham. Thank you to the council for taking the time tonight to hear from everyone. I have some personal values at stake in terms of health and safety. I work a block from the train tracks, and I'm concerned very much about train derailments and whether or not what would happen with greater train traffic has been taken into consideration. I have personal values in terms of the concerns in terms of the environment that have been spoken to eloquently this evening. I have personal values in terms of wanting to see good paying jobs maintained in this county, and the ones that many of our brothers and sisters that work at Cherry Point have. And it's very understandable that we want to make sure that they don't all disappear. I don't feel that a moratorium at this point, to speak to the resolution that's before you, threatens jobs right now. In fact, it seems to give you the time to pursue the democratic process represented by the comprehensive plan to balance all those values that I have, that others in this room have. I feel like a threat to the democratic process in this case is the vesting that permits that are filed during a planning process have to tie the hands and bind what this council can do long-term to bring all those values together. So what's before the commission or the council tonight is a moratorium to give yourselves the time to take everything into consideration and come up with a balanced plan without having vesting permits that come into play. I can see no reason why you would not extend that moratorium to give yourself the time and then to study all of the different tools, be they legal or other planning, to fully represent the values and interests that you're hearing tonight. So I strongly urge support for the moratorium to give yourselves the time, the Planning Commission the time to do this right. Thank you.
Jane Bright, then Jane Freudenberger, and then Ronna Lurch.
Good evening. My name is Jane Bright, and I would also like to thank you. I really appreciate the stamina that you folks have shown tonight. So let me be succinct. When you export crude, you export jobs. When you export crude from Whatcom County, you export jobs from Whatcom County. Why would you do that? I'm speaking in support of the moratorium, and I think you absolutely need the time to look at what we can do to transition to the future. And speaking of jobs, yours, and I don't envy you to have to do this, is to look to the future and figure out how we transition as a community, both economically and in terms of quality of life. You can't have a good quality of life without a healthy economy. You can't have a healthy economy without a healthy population. And you need a healthy habitat to support that. All of this works together, which is actually an advantage. As far as added infrastructure at this time, you know the old expression, if you build it, they will come? This applies to infrastructure. And at this point, I don't think we have enough tools to make sure that any added infrastructure at Cherry Point would be used the way we want it to support the jobs of the future and the economy of the future. Fossil fuels powered the Industrial Revolution and our current quality of life, but they're the 19th and 20th century fuels, and they are not our future. So I ask you to take the time, and in deference to the gentleman who said, why do you need to look at legal studies? I personally worked on developing regulations for power plant air pollution in another state. And I can tell you that when you get into the legal detail on environmental law, it is complicated, it is messy. There's also room for lots of creativity. So I encourage you to explore this deeply, because there are tools there that you may not know that you have. And given what's going on at the federal level, we need every single tool we can get. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Jane, and then Rhonda, and then Eddie Yuri.
Hello. I am surprised to be in front of you again talking about this issue, but here we go. Saturday there was a presentation at the League of Women Voters on clean energy. The information that was presented about the escalating use of renewables and the energy savings from conservation and from new technologies was really encouraging, and so much of it is happening here in Whatcom County. While we all know that phasing out fossil fuels will take time, we are finally working toward a sustainable economy. So I urge you not to take a step backward into enabling more fossil fuel transport, especially unrefined fossil fuel from Cherry Point. This shouldn't be a jobs versus environment issue. We all need to breathe air and use clean water, and we all need to have money in our pockets. The jobs at the refineries at Cherry Point have been and will continue to be important economic drivers in our community for many years. Turning Cherry Point into an oil depot, however, will threaten the stability of those jobs, as you've heard many times tonight. If unrefined fossil fuel goes out of Cherry Point, the jobs will follow to China. After all, they want good jobs too. Someday the jobs will be in a different area. After all, we don't make buggy whips anymore either. Times change. Climate change, which is already affecting our planet, is accelerating our need to transition our energy sources. So let's make wise choices to ensure this sustainable future. Keep the moratorium, support our refineries until the time we can help transition Cherry Point into a mecca for clean energy jobs. Don't open this area to more tanker traffic with its potential for oil spills. Don't open this area. After all, think of the existing jobs that will be lost if only one spill happens in the Salish Sea. Good jobs in fishing, tourism, shellfish harvesting. Please keep this moratorium in place while changes can be made to the comprehensive plan and to the master shoreline plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jane Frudenberger from Whatcom County.
Rhonda, then Eddie, and then Seth Owens.
Good evening. Thank you. Rhonda Lurch from Everson. Honorable council members, you're getting tired, so am I. As you review the comprehensive plan and work to strike a balance of interests that'll serve the citizens of this county for the next 20 years, please continue the moratorium for the next 6 months on fossil fuel export of crude, unrefined product. The current facilities at Cherry Point are very valuable to our county, as they are, primarily for the family wage jobs they provide. In order to maintain this value, they should not get into the business as a pass-through for exporting raw materials, be it crude oil or other products. So many people come to you and ask you to omit crucial elements to the comp plan, such as respect for Lummi Treaty rights and the rights of nature. This is the future of our beautiful county. Please consider the best way forward with these issues in support of the Weimer amendments to the comprehensive plan. And then consider what we want our county to look like 20 years from now, the life of this plan you're signing on to. Do you want it to become a cluster of petrochemical plants This is where fossil fuels are headed, and we don't all know that. If we export crude oil from this county, it will be offshored into petrochemical plants. We would never allow that in our county. I'll read you something from Strangers in Their Own Land, the Louisiana bayous. The water is dead, the trees are dead, the people are sick and dying. Westlake and Lake Charles had recently become ground zero in a surprising new gold rush for natural gas. The gas could be sucked from the ground, piped to plants, processed into various chemical feedstocks, and piped out to still other plants, which manufactured such things as frisbees, plastic hairbrushes, garden hoses, steering wheels, computer cases, bubble yum, bed liners, medical gowns, jet fuel, wasp spray, grocery bags, and Hershey bars. We don't want to become this kind of community that allows that, even if it's offshored. I hope you will commence and complete a study this year
30
of what your
seconds,
county
please.
powers would be in the future to prevent such things from happening. We should not be a participant. The fossil fuel industry has proven that they don't care about local communities, only what they can garner from us for their profit without any gain for the people who live here. Instead, only sickness and environmental death of communities. Thank you.
Eddie, then Seth Owens, and then Sandy Lawrence. Eddie, are you yielding or?
I believe that I was skipped because I had signed up after Krista Rome, and I've waited for about 20 more names or 15 more names. And so my name is Mary Rollins.
You're on the next page.
Okay.
Well, I see a Krista Rome on page 4, and I'm on page 3. So I think we're still. Go ahead, Eddie.
All right, good evening, council members. It's Eddie Uri with Resources for Sustainable Communities in Bellingham. To start off, thank you for your public service, putting these long hours to hear us all out this evening. Clearly, this matters a lot to everyone here. I'm here to urge you to approve the interim ordinance without further delay. This is urgently needed, but I'd also like to take the opportunity to just clarify some what this means. Clearly, it's not the county's role to regulate refinery operations, nor to regulate shipments and trade. It is entirely your role to place reasonable restrictions on new developments for land and water use in designated zones. Conditional use permits, you decide what gets built on the shoreline. That's entirely your jurisdiction. And in fact, right now, there's communities up and down the West Coast looking to Whatcom County right now as an example of how local government can act to protect communities. Right now, there are massive walls of localized opposition to proposed oil export terminals in Vancouver, Washington, Lower British Columbia, and Grace Harbor, which is now closed off for good. But with nowhere left to build, they're looking to route this oil from tar sands in Alberta and North Dakota to looking to route through the existing piers at Cherry Point. And this would bring, of course, drastic increases in shipments by rail and pipeline onto outbound takers while doing nothing to support our local economy, sending overseas to cheaper refineries that can process it and send it back to us. So this notion that's being propagated that somehow, putting barriers to export of unrefined fuels is going to, hurt existing refinery jobs is just ridiculous. I see no basis for that. In fact, quite the contrary. And so, what I believe is going to happen generally is that, we're transitioning off of fossil fuels, U.S. demand is continuing to decline, and our county can attract sustainable growing industries that are clean and safe for people. But as long as our addiction to oil continues, those refineries are going to stay right here. And we're going to regulate them, tax them, and ensure they are fully staffed with well-trained workers, beholden to the highest possible standards for process safety management and pollution control. And we are not going to ship oil from this continent over to Asia to be refined and shipped back to us. And we're going to make sure that the oil coming into the Northwest, putting risk to us and to the ecology of the Salish Sea, that's tied to the demand of people in the Northwest.
30 seconds, please.
Thankfully, the county does have the power to act to protect our local economies, jobs, public health and safety, our natural resources, and ecosystems and the rights of indigenous nations. But in getting in the weeds on the policy, I just want to make sure that if you do propose any wording changes for clarification, that you do maintain the original intent, that any fossil fuels not to be processed or consumed at Cherry Point should be put on hold until you straighten out your policies in the comprehensive plan and the shoreline master plan, and until this legal study brings us the information you need to know.
Time.
So thank you so much.
Thank you. Seth, then Sandy Lawrence, and then Charles Bailey.
Seth Owens, Bellingham, Washington. Thank you guys for staying late and hearing us all out. I've spoke to this many times. I've been in the marine industry here in town for over 30 years. You guys are smart. We elected you for that reason. I know you'll make the right decision, which of course is to protect our quality of life here in Bellingham. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy Lawrence, Charles Bailey, then Richard Darden.
My name is Sandy Lawrence. My wife and I have lived in North County for over 20 years. We're in the 42nd District. If this were a football game, I'd feel like the ref's about to blow the whistle for piling on. I'm going to try and at least bring up some new information, but I am speaking in support of the moratorium, the extension for 6 months. Let me talk a little bit about the non-refined fossil fuels that have been proposed for transshipment through Cherry Point, which is the central issue here. Bakken oil is, of course, extracted only by hydrofracking and directional drilling or horizontal drilling. It is a light, sweet crude. That is, it's low in sulfur. It's actually high-quality oil. One of the detractions of this particular kind of extraction, however, is that there's a lot of co-produced natural gas, and there's no natural gas pipeline infrastructure in that area. So what those wells are doing, and there are hundreds and hundreds of them, is they are flaring the natural gas that is co-produced. If you look at a nighttime satellite photo of the Bakken field, you'll see it looks like Nigeria at night, and that's not a favorable comparison. So that is another significant greenhouse gas cost of that particular kind of production. Coal almost needs no discussion. It's been discussed in this forum on many, many occasions. I'm sure you're tired of hearing that. I'll mention only the one point is that there are a lot of trace contaminants in coal that are very important and also harmful to biologic organisms. And those include things like lead and mercury. And so we need to do everything possible to make sure that there is not a reawakening of a proposal to transship coal through Cherry Point. The third and final fossil fuel that I will talk about is essentially the tar sands oil from predominantly Alberta. This is a very dirty form of fossil fuel. It is not even a liquid form. It is essentially equivalent to asphalt. It has to be upgraded in large industrial plants at the site of mining. And then it has to be diluted with material, either natural gas liquids or light crude oil, to be able to put it into a pipeline or to be able to process it in a refinery. One or two speakers earlier made the point that if there was ever a spill from a pipeline, from a wharf, from a ship, that this material, which is essentially a suspension, comes out of suspension. The asphaltic derivative that you have is heavier than water, has a higher specific gravity, and will sink to the bottom of whatever that waterway is. You have never seen an oil spill like this in your life. It is not like what happened in the Gulf of Mexico, for example.
30 seconds, please.
Okay. There are only a few governmental levels that can deal with these kinds of issues. The White House, in its budget proposal, is suggesting a 93% cut in funds for the EPA work done in the Puget Sound area. So everything in terms of restoration, cleanup, and monitoring is being markedly cut back by the federal government. I'm not seeing any likelihood that the current Congress or the Supreme Court is going to be able to prepare that. Thank you.
Charles and Richard Darden, and then Lori Abrams.
Good evening, council members. I'm Charles Bailey from Lummi Island. I want to compliment you on the original moratorium. This is only a continuation. All the arguments that we have heard earlier in these chambers are continuing and expressed with even greater insight and eloquence tonight than previously. What we can conclude is your action in extending the moratorium will sustain the current Cherry Point jobs. It will sustain, among other industries, the sport and commercial fishing and tourism industries by protecting the environment on which they depend. It will sustain our unique environment here. I say unique because we hear about what is going on in other jurisdictions that do not have the quality of government we enjoy here, where they're selling away their environmental birthright. We're not doing that. And finally, it sustains our democratic process by giving time for the planning process and all the other processes that need to go on to come to their natural conclusion. So I want to say congratulations. You're doing a great job. You're on the right side of history. Please keep it that way. Thank you.
Richard, then Lori, then Lyle Anderson.
Good evening. My name's Richard Darden. I live in Sudden Valley. 40 years in Alaska, union carpenter. Worked on the pipeline as a first-year apprentice when it was started up. I was against the pipeline being built when I lived in California back in the 60s. But that was a job, kind of a chance of a lifetime to make good money. So I started out as a first-year apprentice working at Thompson Pass, at the base of Thompson Pass, down to 110 below chill factors. And the promise that the 7 oil companies of the consortium called Alaska gave to the state of Alaska and the citizens of Alaska that it can't happen here. This is going to be a safe deal for Alaskans. And you probably heard of what happened with Joe Hazelwood and the Valdez Exxon. Now, in trying to clean up Prince William Sound, it didn't happen, and they probably did more damage trying to clean it up than what was occurred with that tanker going on the rocks. So I certainly don't want to see that happen here. My wife and I came here on vacation to Birch Bay, went to Fairhaven, and I fell in love with Bellingham. The ferry was in from Alaska, Western Washington University, the beautiful shops there, the pristine environment. I thought, my God, I could live here. And I said it one more time in Alaska, and my wife found a place in Sudden Valley, and we moved here. I certainly don't want to see unrefined oil shipped out of Bellingham, out of Cherry Point, because it's just profits for the corporations. And corporations have taken over this country. You guys are the last line of defense for democracy in this country. They've taken over a lot of the White House, they've taken over the Congress, they've taken over most of the Supreme Court. We have a corporatist now nominated to go on the Supreme Court. So we are the front lines here tonight, and thank you so much for your patience listening to all of the testimonies here. Continue I'm for this ordinance to continue to delay the applications to expand Cherry Point. The ice is melting on the planet. Greenland is going.
30 seconds, please.
That'll be 7 feet rise in the oceans. Antarctica's cracking up. We're going to Glacier National Park while it's still there. A few more years it'll be gone. Glacier Bay in Alaska has melted back to nearly Canada. So protect this environment and this beautiful place we live. Thank you.
Thank you. Lori, then Lyle, then Dan Wood. Do we have a Lori Abrams? No Lori Abrams. Lyle Anderson?
Hopefully I'll be a little more coherent than I was on the septic comments. My name is Lyle Anderson. I have a neighbor who works at the Cherry Point Industries. I fully support her, my neighbor, and everyone who works there for their livelihoods. I drove here and used gasoline. I drive a hybrid car as much as possible to reduce exhaust gases. As a customer of PSE, I consume electricity provided in part by burning coal. I have solar panels on my roof to decrease those emissions. I use natural gas to cook and heat my home. I upgraded the insulation of my walls and ceiling and try to use electrical appliances using said solar panels to reduce the greenhouse gases produced by burning gas. I believe we need We will need petroleum, coal, and natural gas for some time and until alternative forms of energy are developed to try to keep future and some current generations from suffering the consequences of us. So yes, I support and respect all the people who make a living producing the products that power our cars, heat our homes, and make so many of the products we all use. I also believe that it should be our number one priority as a nation, along with other nations, as well as our personal responsibilities, to transition to non-polluting energy sources to minimize the pain we are inflicting and will inflict on all life on Earth. I have read the proposed changes to the comprehensive plan regarding Cherry Point and do not see language that threatens folks working there. As someone who has no vested interest in the Cherry Point industries, but knows that the job is pretty much necessary to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, I urge the council to commence the legal study into its jurisdictional power to approve or deny future development for coal, oil, and gas, and extend the moratorium, and utilizing the Magnuson Amendment, in my view, to prevent the distribution of fossil fuels to be shipped to other continents and thereby possibly preserve Cherry Point jobs by preventing the corporate management of those industries, whose allegiance from personal experience is always to shareholders and maximum profit from outsourcing them. Thank you.
Dan Wood, and then Abe Jacobson and Carol Jacobson.
Dan Wood from the Geneva area of Bellingham. First of all, thank you so much for showing such tremendous stamina for staying awake and listening to all of us. I'm a lifetime resident of Bellingham, and I had a grandfather, 3 uncles, and an older brother who were involved in commercial fishing, so I know about the importance of the waterways around here and the fishing industry and so forth, and care about the environment a great deal, as so many people in Bellingham do. And I'm here, of course, like so many people who have already spoken so eloquently tonight and given such good testimony, to say that I urge the members of this council to respect Whatcom County's long-standing traditions, which are, for instance, guardians of our clean water and our marine life, strong supporters of the Salish Sea community, strong supporters of Indian fishing rights, and I'm asking you, please do not allow crude oil, fracked gas, and other of these substances we've heard about tonight, the oil sands, gas and so forth, to be transported to or exported from Cherry Point. Please extend the moratorium and continue to protect this beautiful marine area from potential environmental damage. Thanks very much for your time.
Abe Jacobson, then Carol Jacobson, and then all I can make out on this one is Hines.
My name is Abe Jacobson, and I don't have a red shirt, but I am in support of keeping the moratorium going and looking at your options to prevent export of raw crude oil from Whatcom County. Our 2 refineries at Cherry Point have been a great source of family wage employment. I know people who work there. I like them. And I want to keep them working there. But we can learn a lesson from the forest products industry. 30, 40 years ago, there was a huge employment in Oregon and Washington and British Columbia in making finished products from wood. You go to a harbor today, like Coos Bay, Oregon, or Nanaimo, BC, or Port Angeles, Washington, and what do you see? You see logs being loaded onto ships where they go to Korea, China, Malaysia, and other places where the labor is dirt cheap, the environmental regulations are zero, and there's no unions. And I think that's what crude oil exports means here. I think it means a future in which transnational companies, corporations, can offload crude oil here, not refine it here, and send 2 to 3 times as many tankers through the perilous passages leading to the Pacific from here. Does that sound like a good idea? I don't think so. So please do the right thing. Please keep the moratorium. Please work toward a means of preventing crude oil export or any expansion of the piers at Cherry Point. Keep the jobs here. Thank you.
Hello. My name's Carol Jacobson, and thank you for your giving us this evening to talk to you. This has been a very gratifying evening for me, believe it or not. I am one of 6 people that came together 5 years to form the local Blue-Green Coalition. Blue for Labour, Green for Environment. And at that time, we thought we were all schizophrenic. But this evening has shown that this community understands the need for environmentalists and Labour people to work together, and that this will benefit Bellingham and Whatcom County and the Northwest. So I ask you to extend the moratorium and to do all the planning that you need to complete the legal side, the comprehensive plan, the shoreline, all of it. Take your time, do it properly, and we're behind you, environmentalists and Labour. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll let you state your name since I can't quite make it out. And then after her is Judith Atkins and Elizabeth Cooney.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Hines, Southside Bellingham. Nice to see you all again after so many meetings over and over and over again about the same issues. I think we're all tired, and I do ask you to extend the moratorium, and what's more is I'd love to see a permanent moratorium against any shipping of any fossil fuels whatsoever, oil, gas, coal, all of it. I would like to see it all just end, and we can all live our lives in peace and not have to keep coming to these meetings over and over again. I would just like to say that I'm a mother and a woman and a grandmother, so I'm speaking for 3 generations, and I would just like to tell you that I will call the management and the owners of the refineries hypocrites, and I will tell you that the reason why I'm calling them hypocrites right now is because we have a rental, and around January our phone began ringing off the hook, and it's many, many people that are coming here from Louisiana and Texas, Mississippi and Georgia looking for a place to live, and they don't care if it's a 1-bedroom, but they can put 4 or 5 guys on air mattresses on the floor. Not going to happen, but that's what they're willing to do because obviously their wages must be pretty low. So they're busting down the wages of your local people here that want these good jobs and bringing in their own people from other places, other refineries, to do these turnarounds. Some of them are here for a couple months, and some of them are probably going to stay permanently. So right off the bat, you should know that the call for these good jobs aren't really being protected with local workers. They're out-of-staters and maybe out-of-country people. I don't know. And the other thing is that, these aren't great jobs. These are terrible jobs. They're dangerous jobs. They're bad for the environment, and a million reasons have been given tonight, so I won't go into them. But I will just say one thing. There was a recent incident, and I know because one of the people that wanted to rent from us was going to stay at was going to work for the Phillips 66 and bring in like 4 or 5 guys to sleep on air mattresses, and I'm like, no, you're not. And anyway, I Googled, I saw something in the news about a hydrofluoric acid leak at Phillips 66 on February 10th, where 7 workers were taken to the hospital that were contaminated and injured. And then when I saw that and Googled that, I saw
30 seconds, please.
I saw a recent one at Tesoro Refinery in Anacortes, March 15th, 5 dead, 4 hurt. Okay, do we really want those kind of jobs around here where people are getting hurt and injured and dying? No, I don't think so. Bad for the environment, bad for the workers, bad for the Native Americans. I myself am Southern Cherokee, and I stand by the Lummi Nation, and this is their sacred land. So no, 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 please extend the moratorium, and if possible, permanent moratorium. Thank you very much. Really appreciate everything you're doing for us all.
Judith, then Elizabeth, and then Alana Dutriku.
Good evening, Judith Akins from Bellingham. I'm speaking on behalf of the more than 900-plus members and supporters in Whatcom County of the Mount Baker Group of the Sierra Chapter, of the Washington State Chapter of the Sierra Club. We, the Mount Baker Group of the Washington State Chapter of the Sierra Club, would like to express our support for the temporary moratorium on permit applications for unrefined fossil fuel export projects at Cherry Point. We would like to see this moratorium extended until such time as the Council has completed their updates to the comprehensive plan. It also paramount that decisions at all levels of governance respect treaty rights and recognize the historical, cultural, and ecological significance of places like Cherry Point. We are encouraging the Council to protect our land and waters that surround Cherry Point and fully expect that you would pursue federal policy in regards to the Magnuson Amendment and the Marine Mammal Protection Act. Thank you for hearing us.
Elizabeth Cooney, then Alana, and then Aaron Silverberg.
Good evening, Council. My name is Elizabeth Cooney, and I live in Bellingham. I wanted to briefly contribute as a marine scientist who has spent time studying the Salish Sea ecosystem and worked closely with many scientists who have done so for decades more than I have. I wanted to add to everything else that's been said tonight that we, the scientists who study this area, consistently see declines in ecosystem health.
Can you speak up just a little bit closer to the mic?
Yes, of course. We, the scientists who study this area, consistently see declines in ecosystem health as a result of human-caused disturbance. Just the mechanical disturbance from construction at Cherry Point could definitely easily result, especially if done in haste, in lasting negative impacts on sensitive ecosystems that support important things like our fisheries. Additionally, a spill, which is a substantial threat during the transport of fossil fuels, would be disastrous on a larger geographic scale, putting at risk the already declining eelgrass communities in the Salish Sea. Since eelgrass provides crucial habitat for different life stages of countless species, this could result in a frightening domino effect that would affect all levels of the ecosystem, collapsing fisheries, and endangered indigenous species. It is for these reasons that I urge you to extend the moratorium and do what you can to restrict transport of fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you. Alana, then Aaron, then Chris Jerome.
Hi, my name is Alana Dietrich. I was born in Bellingham and raised on a tree farm on Lakeway Drive in Whatcom County and now live across from Lake Baden. And a lot of people have mentioned numerous times what can happen to the Salish Sea and climate change and so forth, but only one person has mentioned a derailment. And it has also been mentioned that the kind of crude, the kind of unrefined oil that's being transported these days is lighter and very different than the crude was when it was easier to find, but the Bakken crude and the unprocessed crude from fracking is really different. And there's gases that separate from the crude in the train cars, such that when there is any kind of an accident, they are tremendously explosive. I'm sure we've all seen the video of explosions. They're just like bombs going off of these trains. And train experts do say that this will happen a certain number of times, statistically. And so the more trains we have coming in, statistically, we were playing Russian roulette waiting for one of these explosions to happen. And we've been lucky in the United States that many of these train bombs that have gone off have been in less populated areas, but they've still been terrifying. They usually cannot be put out by fire departments. They often have to be left to burn, just these huge explosions and black smoke, up to sometimes a full week before they burn out. But they can happen in more populated area. In 2013, there was a town in Quebec where several of these train cars exploded. It leveled 40 buildings. It killed 47 people. 42 of them were incinerated. 5 of them were vaporized, such that no remains of them were ever found. And growing up a quarter mile from Whatcom Falls Park, when in 1999 that explosion happened, I was in terror and anxiety until I found out that my mom and brother, who still live in that house, were all right, and how that explosion went. But statistically, if we bring more of these trains in, we're risking a terrible explosion. And as you know, these trains go through some very populated areas. So the fewer we have now and forever, the better it is for all of us. Thanks.
Aaron, then Krista, then Mary Rollins.
Good evening. My name is Aaron Silverberg. I'm a resident of Bellingham. Thank you for listening to us with your hearts. 60% of the fossil fuel available on Earth is gone. 40% of it is left for humanity's use till the end of time. Fossil fuel is precious and non-renewable. I believe we should do everything in our power to limit our use of fossil fuel, and I believe we can do so through energy efficiency, the use of renewables, and other measures like that. I do ask that you do extend the moratorium, I would say indefinitely, or until the Paris Accords prove to be successful at reducing the planet's increase in temperature well below 3 degrees centigrade. Thank you for acting in kindness and for the sustainability of the planet.
Krista, then Mary, then Rafiq Kazahano.
So Krista's already spoken, and my name is Mary Rollins. I apologize for trying to jump the line earlier.
Oh, okay, that's okay.
This is where I signed up. So again, I'm Mary Rollins. I'm a resident of Bellingham near Faison Lake, south of Everson. Thank you very much for the work you're doing for all of us residents in Whatcom County. Cherry Point is a key ecological niche for Puget Sound wildlife, but it is still a targeted route to export fossil fuel products. The mining and transport of these products is so ill-advised for such a host of good reasons, nationally and locally, that I am requesting the council extend the moratorium on permits until the shoreline master plan is updated and new development regulations are in place. I would also like the council members to support a further moratorium on applications for modification of piers, docks, or wharfs in or adjacent to the aquatic reserve there at Cherry Point. Please use the comprehensive plan to prevent new structures and also prevent increased handling of petroleum from existing facilities. As the leaders of our community in this federal political climate, we need you to be further informed and to inform us by funding a legal study and by listening to the methods used in other cities across the nation as to how Whatcom County can prevent future development of coal, oil, and gas export facilities and their infrastructure that would fall to us as taxpayers to support. Interstate commerce laws are no longer an acceptable excuse for the destruction of local communities. Additionally, Whatcom County needs to ensure that all permits involving crude oil or bitumen shipments must be reviewed to be lawful under the Magnuson Amendment to the Marine Mammal Protection Act. Future development will further increase health hazards and pollution and endanger not only Salish sea species, but the many industrial, tourist, and recreation jobs that rely on a clean sound and a protected shoreline. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Rafiq? And then Alex Rammel and Tyler Campbell.
Hi, my name is Rafiq Kazakhanov, and I live in Bellingham, and I am in support of extending the moratorium. As someone who just moved here about a year ago from Maine, I've watched as Nestle has bought up a lot of water rights in Maine, and my former history teacher is involved in protesting all that. But what I see here is that all the water is being bought, all this water is being bought, and okay, I'm just for the moratorium. I'm sorry. I'm not, this is I'm just for the moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex and Tyler Campbell and Destiny Casimir.
Good evening, Council. Alex Rammel. I'm a recently returned resident of Bellingham, and I'm here tonight to acknowledge a couple of mistakes. And the first mistake was trying to leave Whatcom County. This is an amazing and beautiful place, and it's made all the more amazing by all of the incredible and careful thinking and dedicated people who are willing to show up to defend it and protect it. The second mistake I want to acknowledge is that last year I urged you to rush through the comprehensive plan amendments during the summer. And what I've come to understand, what I've come to see is that there is a lot of value in this process, that even if you reach the same conclusion at the end, hearing from all of the stakeholders over this time has value in it. And I just want to make sure that the folks in attendance and watching on TV recognize the depth and the robustness of the process that's been happening. The Planning Commission took months looking at this, held numerous work sessions, and it's now in front of the Council. The Cherry Point amendments are now in front of the Council, and again, there's a series of work sessions, and stakeholders are being invited in to have to participate in those discussions. That process has value that will lead to a better outcome with something closer to consensus. And as Steve Gary said earlier, that just transition outcome isn't assured. It's up to us to make it happen, and taking the time to make sure that we work together to make it happen is worthwhile. And so that's why I urge you to extend the moratorium, to have the time to do it right. Thanks.
Tyler, then Destiny, and then Joel Ridley Jr. and Senior. Do we have a Tyler Campbell? No Tyler. Destiny?
Hello, I'm Joel Ridley Jr. I'm a Lummi tribal member from Lummi Nation. I'm in support of the 6-month extension of the memoriam, or however you say that. I'm sorry, this is my first time speaking in front of a crowd like this, but
it gets easier.
I'm a Lummi youth member. I'm a youth leader. I come from the family drum group of Nunstas Takaya, means pack of wolves. My father, he's the leader of our group, and I want to thank you ahead of time for making the right decision, and Haishka, as we would say, thank you.
Thank you. Joel Senior.
Joel Ridley Sr., for the record, Lummi Nation travel member, enrollment number 4746. I just want to ask you to give us the extension on the memoriam, or however you say it. I just seen this on Facebook, and I was really active, and I kept my family active with the issue because it directly impacts my people. I don't know how many of you guys can say you can trace your ancestry back to Cherry Point, 165 generations, but I know I can, and so can my children right here. We're very culturally active. We believe in what our ancestors left behind for us, not only our spiritual, but our we call it our tanakh, our territory here. Our people have fished these waters for thousands of years. We've harvested clams from these areas for thousands of years, and we've crabbed. So these waters are very important. these waters have sustained us for millennia. And when we talk about Cherry Point, we talk about my future, my children's future, not just ours, but yours as well. You never know. You might have a great grandson that wants to go fishing, decides that's what I want to do. I want a crab. And these waters just aren't for us. But I do know that those barges that come in and out of that port are right in our UNA. And that's our usual and customs area. So I urge you to take that in consideration and just know that that's one of our ancient village sites. It predates 3,000 to 5,000 years. And how would you feel if some company came and dug up the remains of your ancestors? So I myself had to work with that, with the Semiomu project. I had to go and recover the remains of my ancestors, and then we had a reburial for them. And I'm not looking forward to that again. So I just ask you to please respect and honor our treaties. Please respect your neighbors as we do for you guys. And I'm pretty sure that you guys will make the right decisions. And I want to say, Haishka Tachuyani, it's Ansqualqual, Asiam.
Cliff Langley, then Chris Halterman, and Alta Toller.
Cliff Langley, Whatcom County. Let me start by reminding you that, as our founding fathers saw it, the protection of private property is a primary purpose for which government was established. In July of 2016, this council received over 250 emails from county residents, not out-of-state residents or not out-of-county residents, but county residents, expressing their concern how the county council was crippling BP and the development at Cherry Point. Now you have introduced more changes in the comp plan that will further restrict BP and Cherry Point development. I have not heard any of you say that it is your intention to stop growth in the county, but your amendments and your voting record indicate that to me. Your actions in undermining any sense of stability upon which business can rely, it just takes away from the people wanting to do business in our county. And with no sense of stability or support, business has no incentive to grow or invest. And the end result will be the death of business. If you don't believe me, maybe you can ask some of the companies and businesses that will be affected directly and indirectly by what you're about to do. Let me help you a little bit more. You recently established a water moratorium, and you heard firsthand from people that had experienced, the pain of what was going on, and you've done nothing to alleviate that pain. Now, with what you're doing and proposing for Cherry Point, even a greater number of people are going to experience and feel the pain of your actions. There is nothing that requires you to change anything in the comp plan at this time. You were only required to review it, and you may review it once a year. May I suggest that you put off making any changes for now, and that you approach Cherry Point businesses with your concerns and ask them for proposals to address those concerns. You might be surprised by their results. As our county council, you have an obligation to work for what is best for the people of Whatcom County. Please don't let outside interests and ideology influence your decisions. Take time to
30 seconds,
explore
please.
the possible unintended consequences of your vote and how it will affect Whatcom County. This is where your allegiance should be. So I ask you, demonstrate to your county that you're looking out for us. Thank you.
Chris, then Alta, and then John Shaughnessy. Yes, Chris.
Sorry, thought there were a few more ahead of me. Chris Halterman, Whatcom County. I've just been taking some notes. I just thought I would basically read off what I've heard here tonight, and then sort of my thoughts. So I've heard, thank you, council, which I thank you too. I do thank you every time we get to come up here and talk to you. We don't all get to, have what we would like done here, approved, but we appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to you. Retired, dying industry, public can pay to retrain, would welcome a lawsuit, refinery jobs in jeopardy, dirty fossil fuels, green energy is the future. Welcome a lawsuit from the Commerce Clause. Great jobs will come here if we reject dirty fossil fuels. Exporting fossil fuels is bad. Support the study to restrict fossil fuel growth. Need more time to study legal opinion. There's red herrings, prohibition to do whatever you want, reduce my footprint, reduce tanker traffic. I would ban all fossil fuels, solidarity with tribes, export jobs, healthy economy, urgently needed, ever a spill, unique environmental birthright, EPA funding cuts. I fell in love with Bellingham. I moved here, protect us from corporations. This community understands environmental and labor need to work together. We're all tired. I'd like to see it all end all shipment of fossil fuel shipment. There aren't great jobs, they're terrible jobs. Do we really want those types of jobs? Fossil fuel is precious. Indefinite moratorium. Thank you ahead of time. Usual and custom, respect our tribes, protection of private property, crippling Cherry Point, stability for business, ask Cherry Point for ideas and concerns, explore your unintended consequences. I hope that you'll listen to all of those comments. My comment is that energy gives all humanity numerous benefits. Heating, cooling, medicine, refrigeration, manufacturing, production, ability to import and export. All energy sources contribute to our economy and quality of life. Would you ever consider not exporting, say, apples, corn, wheat, steel, wood, or any other legally produced thing? How many who came here tonight used absolutely no fossil fuels today? And how did that energy or fossil fuel that you use today improve your life? There's an interesting study I just read this week that found that there's more ocean pollution from microfibers sloughing off of all the synthetics that people wear and use in their everyday
30
lives
seconds,
than
please.
plastic bags and other synthetic products. If everyone here wants to positively benefit the oceans, remove all the synthetics from your life. You'll have a far larger impact on your goal to rid the world of fossil fuel use than any other moratorium expansion or deep port reduction would cause. All that said, it's each one of your responsibility to care for the health, welfare, and economic vitality of all of Whatcom County. You've publicly stated your concerns for lawsuits from the Hearst case.
Time.
Yet we do not hear that same concern with regards to the actions that you're looking at taking here today. Please look out for all of Whatcom County. We all have to pay for any unnecessary lawsuits. Thank you.
Alta, then John Shaughnessy, and then Brooks Anderson.
Hello, my name is Alta Toller. I live in Linden, Washington, and I'm going to keep it very short. I appreciate the information that has been shared tonight. I asked for an extension of the moratorium, and I won't repeat what has already been expressed, I think, very well by many others. I will say that I also strongly support the Lummi Nation's treaty protected rights, and I feel that we must honor treaties such as that. It's only the right thing to do, and that's not what I intended to say, but I really feel strongly that to deny someone their rights after we've made a treaty with them is a very wrong thing to do. Thank you.
John Shaughnessy, then Brooks Anderson, and Richard Pickard. Guess we don't have a John Shaughnessy. Brooks, are you still here? I saw you earlier. No, she's gone. Richard Pickard. Going fast now. Jill Lickle. Pam Brady. And after Pam is Daryl Groves and Eileen McCracken.
Good evening, Council. I'm Pam Brady with BP Cherry Point Refinery. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Council this evening. Respectfully, I ask you to reject the extension of the moratorium tonight. I am concerned the moratorium adversely affects the businesses within the Cherry Point UGA and our ability to be competitive in our industries, to contemplate growth, and potentially flex to a changing regulatory environment. This moratorium distinctly disadvantages two Whatcom County refineries versus our competitors. The laws of supply and demand will always prevail, and our competitors in Skagit and Pierce counties and north to Burnaby, BC, who are not subject to these same restrictions, will gladly fill the void created by a development moratorium in Whatcom County. If we are restricted from pursuing business opportunities relative to our competitors, it will ultimately impact our businesses, our prospects for growth, and ultimately jobs that would result from such business growth. And I question why the County Council are using moratoria to prevent economic growth for companies which create high-paying jobs and have a proven track record of responsible environmental protections. The county should not be putting a moratorium in place for lawful businesses who meet and exceed high environmental standards for our state. And in doing so, they are sending a message to all future investors that Whatcom County is closed for business. The language in the moratorium purports to pertain to unrefined fossil fuels, but when closely read, is really about limiting any and all fossil fuel export projects through its broad definition of crude oil, which is inclusive of other forms of energy and refined products that cannot be by any measure considered crude oil. I don't think a moratorium is necessary. Construction of big projects such as these would require the submission of a major project permit through which the council would have an opportunity to approve or reject following consideration. And such projects might also require an EIS or an FSEC review, each of which have their own public process. So the county already has a role in these decisions, and I believe it must show restraint and not appropriate for itself the role of the state and federal government in the siting of energy projects. For these reasons, we respectfully request that the council recognize our history and our commitment to the community and not act in such a way that will make it difficult for the businesses in the Cherry Point UGA to continue to invest in a place we proudly call home. Thank you.
Daryl Groves, and then Eileen, and then Joy Gilfillan.
Evening, Council. Daryl Groves, Whatcom County resident since 1973. My mother and her parents were also residents of Whatcom County since going all the way back to the early 1900s. They raised families here, just as I have, and I really appreciate living here. I hope someday my children will be able to raise a family here as well, and I hope that their children will as well. But you know, that's dependent upon having good jobs, good paying jobs. And my son, in fact, just recently was accepted to BTC, where he's going to go into the instrumentation program. And Tony will be teaching him well there, I'm sure. He sees Cherry Point, where I work, as a place where maybe he could work someday. And the thing about Cherry Point is that it pays really well, and we do things really well. We're very responsible. And it's a place where I think he could be proud to work, because we produce really good products that each and every one of us use every day. Somebody mentioned hypocrisy. Well, we need to think about that. We all use these products. We demand those products. And they're good products. And we're proud to make those products. Getting back to my son, you know, he's going to go into this program, and they're going to teach him how to go into industry, just like at Cherry Point. And it's kind of interesting that here he is in Whatcom County. He can go through this program. They're going to gear him up to go maybe work for an oil refinery or something like that, and it's local. And yet here we are sitting, and we're talking about squeezing our refinery. Not today, not tomorrow. I'll probably retire there. But what's going to happen to him? What's going to happen to his kids? You know, we're getting a foot in the door is what's happening. We're defining, you know, unrefined fossil fuels. You look at the definition that's been put on this language, and you're calling unrefined fossil fuels propane, butane, and you're misdefining things, and I have to wonder why. I'm asking that question tonight. I understand you're making an exception for Cherry Point, but why would you misdefine it and then make an exception for Cherry Point and then talk about unrefined fossil fuels as if there
30
isn't something
seconds,
else
please.
going on? I'm not, I'm not a mind reader. I don't know why that's the case, but I would like to hear that addressed. And a lot of people come to me and they're asking me, because I'm a little bit interested and somewhat active, and they're asking me, why is this going on? And a lot of people in the county, they're not here tonight, but a lot of people are wondering what the heck is going on. You're making us, you will make us uncompetitive. You want to be buying your
Time.
products from China, India, places that are a lot less clean than we do it? I don't think so. Thank you.
Eileen, and then Joy Gilfillan, and then Lee first.
Hello, Whatcom County Council members. I'm Eileen McCracken with Phillips 66. Phillips 66 opposed the August 9th, 2006 emergency moratorium and then expressed our opposition again in September 2016 when it was extended for another 6 months. It was our position then and continues to be our position that the right to regulate trade among the states and with foreign nations is delegated exclusively to the federal government via the Commerce Clause of the U.S. Constitution. It is not the right or duty of Whatcom County to legislate what products may or may not be exported from Cherry Point. Furthermore, the emergency moratorium and subsequent moratorium extensions have not been subject to due process and community input via the Whatcom County Comprehensive Plan Growth Management Act. We reiterate that by denying Cherry Point Industries the ability to construct or modify our existing facilities, the facilities will, over time, become obsolete as market and economic circumstances change and we are unable to adapt. Phillips 66 urges the Whatcom County Council to deny extension of the unrefined fossil fuels moratorium. Thank you.
Joy, and then Lee first. And that's the end of our sign-up, so if anyone else would like to speak, go ahead and come on down now.
Joy Gilfillan, Whatcom County. I am in support of the moratorium. I think that we are at a critical point in history. I think many people were very eloquent tonight, spoke very, very well and very intelligently about many issues. We are at a critical point of resource depletion. We must start addressing the difference between real human people who depend upon natural foods and the food chain to be able to live, and paper persons such as corporations that are doing extreme resource extraction of the planet. We all must change our minds as to what we use and what we consume. The Pacific Ocean is under very, very deep threat from Fukushima, from the plastics in the ocean, and the oil industry helps to create those plastics. We must do cleanup. We must change. We in Whatcom County are the last line of defense. We are the last line of the frontier. We are the one gate that can close to stop the exploitation of third world nations and people in the other countries that are being used at very, very small wages and being exploited with pollution. You are sitting, Council, in very, very important roles in many places in Whatcom County right now, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart for moving this moratorium forward, for doing the deep, deep work that you've done. It is not easy to sit where you're sitting on any of the issues that we're confronting. This is a big one. Thank you.
Is Lee first still here?
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Okay. So now we'll just go, we'll start over here and we'll go left, right, left, right.
Hello, Council. Thank you very much for spending the night, and God, what a hard job. I'd hate to do your job. Come on, laugh. That was funny. Wasn't that funny? A little bit funny. Thank you, Tom. That was my point. That was funny. Okay.
No,
we can't-
I'm
it's
yeah.
not a political thing. We're talking about
Barbara,
and-
it's my 3 minutes. My 3 minutes says that I
And
would
state
really...
your name for the record.
Oh, I'm very sorry. Amy Glasser, Whatcom County, Bellingham, Washington. I just want to say that everything everybody said I agree with in terms of the moratorium. I think you know that where we stand in terms of wanting it to increase. My biggest fear is the federal administration is doing its best to get rid of the EPA and everything attached to it. We have state people in office, such as our very own representative, who did his best to get SB 5171 in place in state, which would have taken the aquatic reserve out of the designation of having DNR identified as being an aquatic reserve. I think I said that right. Everything is trying to go against us in terms of protecting our community. I'm begging you to please protect our community and let the people who are from Lummi Nation take control of the pier. It's their water right there. It's their land. They've made it very clear what they plan to do with it and not do with it. And I think it would make it pretty easy if we just deferred those questions to them, since it's treaty rights that allow them that port area. And it's up to them first to decide what happens there and what doesn't. And if they decide that some type of industry can go there, then we would take over. But it seems as though the best way to respect treaty rights is to give them the opportunity to make the first decision about what happens out there. Thank you very much.
I'm Charlie Storrs. Thank you for having this chance to discuss things. I'm an 18-year resident of Whatcom County, and I am the Charlie who phoned into KGMI and had Tony Larson lie to me about the stuff that's before you folks. And that's why I am in support of this moratorium. I think this community needs a whole lot more dialogue, and I think it definitely does not need people poisoning the discussion with false facts. And I think we ought to have the moratorium, take the 6 months, find maybe a place to debate this that's not in front of you folks for all night long. And let's, we got to get some common ground here. Nobody is challenging current jobs. Nobody is limiting, well, if they want to ship out crude oil, that is not helping people who work at the refinery. That may be helping BP, but that is not helping the people who work for BP. That is working for the shareholders of BP. So I would strongly encourage you to pass the 6 months moratorium. Let's figure out a way to have some community dialogue that's not so polarized and poisoned. And thank you for your consideration.
Max Perry, Whatcom County. If you look at the two refineries and the aluminum smelter out there, you can liken it to a golden goose that produces a lot of employment. They employ 2,200 direct jobs, and the people that know say that they have 10,000 indirect jobs, support, 10,000 of them. So think of the taxes. Think of the taxes paying your wages here and wages that you use for the different purposes for Whatcom County that you've been wrestling with here earlier this morning for money. And so the refineries and the aluminum smelters, is a golden goose, but you're slowly killing that golden goose. How do you kill a golden goose? You just start plucking feathers, just consistently plucking feathers out of it. And eventually that golden goose will be featherless, and I imagine golden goose, featherless geese expire. And I think that's what's going to expire. If you want to not ship crude, say that. That's all you have to do. No exporting crude. But you're saying a lot of other things. You're pulling out a lot of other feathers out of that. Thank you.
Patrick Allisey, 4825 Alderson Road, Birch Bay. Thank you for putting up with this. I really very, very much enjoyed a lot of the testimony people came tonight, or their opinions. I was very impressed with like the first dozen or so speakers. They were eloquent. They had things right on the line. I liked that. Now, I left the room when the gal got up and said she was from the state of Maine. And she says, state of Maine, the water issues are really terrible. And I knew about that because I've been to Maine. And you know what I feel about water in Whatcom County. Now listen, you know, people are saying they need jobs for money. Here, I'll show you. Oh, honestly, I don't have any money in here, but I have a charge card. And I can go out and charge and charge and charge. And if we go beyond our limit, Patricia and I have to pay it. Here's the environment. It's like a charge card. We can go and charge and put people to work at jobs where they really should have better education, which I'm willing to pay for. And guess what? Their children will have to pay that credit card of the environment. You don't want to go there. Thanks.
Hello, Council. Thanks again for the time that you take on this issue. I, too, am in favor of the moratorium, and I, too, would like to see it extended. Now, my reasons for wanting to see things extended are mostly environmental, but I also see the financial cost if we don't. So as I have said to this council many times, I'm sure every time I've come up here, I have said, if we break it, we pay for it. And unfortunately, there is no way that we know how to fix what could possibly break if we have a crude oil spill or if we have a train blow up. There's no way for us to fix that. They're still suffering in Alaska, they're still suffering in the Gulf, and thousands of people and millions and billions of dollars have been spent, and it's still a mess. So let's not create a mess we can't clean up. Now, I would like to speak to the business aspect, which I've heard the refineries say that they won't be able to compete in the global market. Well, if competing in the global market means that we ship crude oil to be refined somewhere else, then how is that helping the workers at the refinery? I'm confused. I still don't have an answer for this. And also, Mr. Sadhu, you made a great, excellent point, I don't know, a few months ago, about how we need to create different jobs. Like the one lady said, they're not making wagon wheels anymore, okay? Those jobs went the way of the dodo, just like the dodo. So, again, how is shipping crude oil to be refined somewhere else going to create jobs for us? And I will say this to everybody in the room. I don't know if you all know who T. Boone Pickens is, but he is like one of the oil men in the country. And he said years ago, I watched him give a speech, and he said, if you think we're paying a lot for gas now, wait until we ship crude oil, or better yet, places ship their crude oil somewhere else and we pay for refined gas. If you think gas prices are high now, you ain't seen nothing yet. Thank you, Council. Oh, I'm sorry. Susan Hanson, Whatcom County resident.
Good evening, members of the council and members of the community. My name is Chris Colin. I'm from Blaine, Washington. Thank you for the time this evening, and one of the things I'd like to say is just thank you for taking the input and the consideration over the course of this time. There's been a lot of input's been given, and I see the changes that have been made over time, so I really appreciate the fact that you've been open and listening to that. It's these dialogues, the community conversations that we have that are really important. Dina Jensen mentioned tonight that BP as a company is one of the leaders in clean energy jobs. We have a CEO by the name of Bob Dudley who has said, as a corporation, we recognize that climate change is a real issue for us. And he has made this commitment as a company for us to look for alternatives, recognizing that fossil fuel as a future energy source is not a long term, and we need to look at making that transition. However, those clean energy jobs that BP has today are funded by the current operations that we have. And by curtailing the opportunities to keep pursuing how we do business today to look for those alternatives, it's a threat to our business. I am an employee. I have a really good job. I know it was mentioned that they aren't good jobs, but mine's great. And I happen to be what's called a continuous improvement coach. And I think I've said this before, so if I'm boring you, I apologize. But one of the questions I always ask is what problem we're trying to solve. So I heard a lot of discussion tonight around wanting to protect jobs, that we're neighbors and we fundamentally agree on the same things. And I think that's true. But as a taxpayer, One of the things I'm concerned about is when we talk about spending the $150,000 on a study, the study appears in its language to be very one-sided. So what I would propose is that we'd make a consideration to say, how do we preserve the jobs, protect the jobs, and also look at the protection of the environment? And the way it reads today, it doesn't give me comfort that that's what's being done. So I think it's a pretty simple solution to say, how do we balance that in both ways? And so I would just propose that to the council as something to consider, and please look at that. And so we look at wanting to bring green energy jobs in and promoting more industry. That takes taxes, that takes revenue. And that's, when we talk about state and federal money, that's our money that we contribute. And that can only be done through the preservation of the jobs that we have today. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much for staying after, Council. My name is John Neighbor. I live in the lettered streets of Bellingham and have for many years. I would like to speak about the rise of CO2 levels in parts per million. In 2007, it was at 385.2 parts per million CO2. In 2014, it was above 400 parts per million internationally. The CO2 acts as an imbalancing poison in our atmosphere. Even though it does naturally occur, this is all man-made pollution that is causing the CO2 rate to rise in 7 years or less above 15 parts per million. This is the greatest rise in CO2 of any time in all of not only human history, but in global history. Although it perhaps volcanic eruptions actually caused this kind of extensive rise long before a human species arrived on the planet. The Great Barrier Reef is dying due to the increased acidification of the oceans. Species are dying right and left. James Hansen, the NASA climate scientist, and Bill McGibbon have determined that 350 parts per million of CO2 on an international level must be reached. In other words, we need to decrease it well over 50 parts per million less somehow in order for human life to continue on the planet. And yes, I'm all supportive of jobs and everything, but when you look at all of the taxpayer-funded subsidies that have gone on involving the fossil fuel industry, if just a small percentage of that was given to the solar and wind power and other alternative power source industries, we would have perhaps had a chance to save ourselves years ago. I don't know if there's any hope, frankly. So we're talking about jobs and children and grandchildren and their children, really? Anyway, Captain Paul Watson of the Sea Shepherd
30 seconds, please.
Foundation and an original founder of Greenpeace, and Farley Mowat, an environmental writer, have determined that if we do not change course dramatically, we will be looking at the 6th great extinction occurring on planet Earth, and this one will be anthropogenic, caused by humans. Thank you so much.
Good evening, council members. I'm Martin Passmore, resident of Bellingham. I wanted to speak to ask you to continue the moratorium, and I'll be brief. I felt the need to intrude one more time on your time this evening to address one component of the risk that I haven't heard mentioned, which is the increase in traffic, in ship traffic. Because we've had the Exxon Valdez as a spectacular incident of like somebody on the freeway hitting a power pole, one piece of transportation in a solitary accident. But as we increase traffic through here, we will increase the risk of collisions, and it becomes much more difficult for people in heavy traffic, as we all know, to deal with what is coming at us unexpected. And it's a matter for us here in the Salish Sea. It's also a matter for the Aleutian Islands because of the Great Circle route to the east of it. East Asia goes through the islands. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Natalie Chavez. Here I am again, and I see so many familiar faces here tonight. I remember when my daughter spoke at a public hearing at Whatcom High School. She was in the 6th grade back then, if I recall correctly. Now she is in high school. I also spoke up for the first time at a public hearing that took place at the Ferndale Event Center. This has been going on for years. At different public hearings over the past few years, I've requested that people watch Poisoned Waters, the investigative documentary into the United States Great Waterways that was aired on Frontline in 2009, and the documentary March Point that was created in 2008 by Swinomish Youth. I also requested that specific studies and research be considered, like that from the scientists at the National Institute for Environmental Health Studies and the Johns Hopkins University School of Public Health. And I have shared previously what places like Crestone, Colorado, and Rutland, Vermont are doing to create clean energy, clean water, and local renewable power, and shared what Green Mountain Power Energy Innovation Center is doing in Rutland, and how their goal is to be the energy center of the future and renamed Solar Champ in 2014. More and more of us in our country are waking up. We are becoming more educated, aware, and empowered. We are learning more about clean energy, alternative technologies, air and water pollution, ocean acidification, violation of treaty rights, what a treaty actually is, among other things. There is huge resistance for change among fracking, coal, and big oil supporters, resistance to get out of the comfort zone, fear, ignorance, and of course, greed in politics. In spite of this, it is important that we transition into a new paradigm, a new way of life. We must move forward in all areas of our life and culture in a healthy way. We must create space to reach our highest potential as individuals, a community, a state, and as a country. State Senator Doug Erickson introduced a bill, SB 5171, in January 2017, which, from my perspective, was offensive and disrespectful to the Lummi Nation, the Washington State Commissioner of Public Lands, Peter Goldmark, the Washington State Department of Natural Resources, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, to the people of Washington State, and to the environment. It was disrespectful and out of integrity. Doug Erickson obviously does not have cultural, social, and emotional sensitivity, and did not realize or care that he humiliated himself and lost respect and credibility among some people of Washington State. Now we have the federal ban lifted on crude oil export. We have big oil supporters in the White House, and we have the possibility that the EPA will cease to exist as we know it. Therefore, the responsibility, the increasing responsibility for the health of the people and the environment in Washington State must lie with our state and local communities. There is so much at stake. It is my hope that you will all extend the moratorium tonight while you work on land use policy updates. There is no reason for you to rush or to feel pressure. Our community deserves a thoughtful,
30 seconds, please.
a thoughtful, grounded, reasonable, intelligent process, one without haste. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maggie Rose. I live in Birch Bay. And, I'm listening to this global implications of what we really do in Whatcom County. And I just wanted to point out this actually kind of petty, small, local thing. I live in Birch Bay, and the only way out of Birch Bay is crossing railroad tracks. And, I spent 25 minutes sitting at a railroad crossing. Sometimes if I go to Blaine, you get a train that's stopped on the railroad. And so I really do picture that if, we said, fine, let's do all this importing and all these trains, I really think Birch Bay would quit being residential. I think it would be kind of impossible to live there, just to have a job, to go to a doctor's appointment, to breathe the air, etc. So, that's just a small thing, and I am really aware of all these global implications, but this is just something to think about also. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Chelsea Blank. I'm a Bellingham resident. And first of all, I'd like to say thanks for sticking it out with all of us tonight. I know we're all really tired. This has been a very long night. But I think, me personally, I find this very inspiring to see how many people have turned out, especially in support of preserving our environment. And I also would like to say that I support the moratorium, and I also support extending the moratorium past the 6 months, as well as adding additional provisions to the moratorium. I also appreciate you considering the interest of all Whatcom County members and citizens, although I think it's pretty obvious that the majority of the citizens do support the moratorium for the multitude of reasons that you've heard so far. I think you can easily see that the highest priority of the county citizens is to preserve the health of our environment. As one citizen mentioned before, it is the quality of life, the basic fundamental rights, that trump any economic growth and expansion. And exporting things like apples, corn, and wood aren't the same as exporting crude oil because they don't pose the same kinds of threats on our ecosystem, nor do they perpetuate our addiction to fossil fuel consumption at the same scale. There is no point investing in a dying industry when there is a rapidly growing renewable industry beginning to thrive right here. The treaty rights in this country are the supreme law of the land, and that means the Lummi Nation treaty rights are the law of the land, and it's cruel to deny them of their rights and threaten the health of their usual and accustomed lands. No industry or economic growth is worth the sacrifice of our resources, cultural traditions, and the future health of our environment. Thank you.
I'm Jake Charlton from Happy Valley Neighborhood. I support the moratorium. Pretty much everything I have to say has been said, except I want to point out the orcas. They're an endangered species. Additional traffic could hurt their numbers, and some of the food source is right in Cherry Point, so just help them along too.
Thank you for your time, Council. I'm Marcus D. Stidham. I live out in Deming area. I'm trying to address the fear tonight, because it's all been said. It really all has. But the fears of losing our jobs and our children's livelihoods in the future, I understand that. I was a fisherman when I first came out here in 1984. When I came out here, Washington State had timber and fishing as its top two industries. Neither one of them is in the top 10 anymore. In Whatcom County, the salmon is part of our lifestyle, part of who we are. All down the west side, it's who we are, it's how we identify. I am for the moratorium. I am for a stronger moratorium. I am with the Lummi people and the Nooksack people. I retrained because of an environmental threat. So I'm not afraid. As we move forward into an enlightened new future with great renewable resources and charged minds in Whatcom County, none of us should be afraid anymore. Those leaders in industry who are currently trying to move ahead and realizing that they're in a bad spot with petroleum products and they need to move forward into more renewable products. That's great that you see you want to do that. But if you see that your hands are tied, you can't do that with the money that you're making here, I'm sorry. There's a lot of us here who are going to go ahead and do it anyway. I'm not trying to be threatening or anything else. We have a need for our oil resources in the United States. We continue to use them. I drove a car to get here. I can't afford a leaf. But this is who I have been my whole life and who I want the children in our future to be. This gem right here, this is not LA, this is not New York, this is not Miami. This is the northwest corner, and it is pristine comparatively. We owe it to the future generations to lead America into an enlightened and exemplary future of how we're going to do it. How are we going to power the future? People are talking about their grandchildren and the refinery job. I don't think there's going to be any oil. I thank you for your time. You've all been very, very good, and I feel good about how we're going to go here tonight, so thanks.
Carol Perry, Whatcom County. I was here on June 28th, I think it was, when Mr. Donovan brought forth these amendments, or some similar, and there was no one in the chamber. Not maybe 2 or 3 people. I'm not sure. And then I watched on July 5th, I think it was. It came up again. The community became aware of what was going on. And then I heard on, I think it was July 5th, Mr. Weimer say, business community, we want to hear from you. We want to see what you think. How does it impact you? And I went to the hearings at the Planning Commission, and the chamber was filled twice or 3 times. And I said on July 5th, because I was frustrated, because the audience, there was lots of people here from all over, and they were kept till 11:45 from speaking. And I said to you, maybe this is our Brexit. And I want to tell you, there's a lot of people here tonight, and I really love it when the people come out. But I want to tell you too, the testimony that you've heard does not necessarily represent 200,000 people. I have 21 grandchildren living here, and I've lived here for over 50 years, and I know how people feel. So maybe the advice that you got to go slowly is good. Keep listening. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak to us about the Cherry Point moratorium? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing and put it back into council. What's council's wishes? Mr. Wyman?
I would move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of the ordinance. Discussion. Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I just like to start off. I've personally created hundreds of jobs in several different countries, and I've negotiated with billion-dollar corporations. I very much understand why the refineries would want the ability to ship crude out of Cherry Point. I understand that they are looking to protect or even increase their profits. And for me, provided they do that in a way that doesn't damage the community or the environment, then I have no problem with them trying to increase their profits and trying to protect their business. But I've heard, after dozens of hours of testimony, 6 months of listening to people, 2,000 emails, I still not have heard one plausible reason why people think that if we allow those facilities to become crude or export terminals, that somehow that's going to cost this community jobs. I mean, if the refinery jobs are, if the crude is exported overseas, the refinery jobs are exported overseas. And I think, you know, if the refineries and a limited amount of people around them feel that this is an inappropriate action, that we as a community want to keep refining American crude on American soil by American workers under American environmental controls, then I think they need to ask if the intent is not to ship this stuff overseas, if the intent is not to ship the jobs overseas with them, why did the oil companies successfully lobby Congress to lift a 40-year ban on the export of crude? Thank you.
Mr. Donovan?
Yeah, I want to speak in favor of the moratorium and sort of follow on from what Councilmember Brown was saying. Somebody asked, why is this going on? And I think you just left off with this. In December 2015, after two of the world's largest corporations successfully lobbied to lift that export ban, Whatcom County is, struggling for ways to figure out how to deal with the public health and safety, potential public health and safety threats of that. At the same time, we were dealing with the SSA project and still dealing with that. We have pipelines pointing at us. We have increased crude by rail traffic, and we don't necessarily think, I don't necessarily think we have the tools to protect the public health and safety of this. And I understand, and those two largest corporations of the world's 10 largest corporations I'm talking about are ConocoPhillips and British Petroleum. And they have to do that. I mean, it's their fiduciary interest to make money, and they are a great asset to this community. But we're a small local government trying to figure out what tools do we have to deal with this. And one of the ways we're going to try to deal with that is the study that's being sensationalized beyond belief. We still haven't updated our shoreline management plan to deal with some of this stuff. So it's perfectly reasonable for us to extend this moratorium, but I think people should know that. Why are we doing this? It's because that export ban was lifted, and we have these changed environment of proposed pipelines, fuels. Yeah, we're having trouble defining what these fuels are because we got all these different things being pointed at us. So we have to try to sort out and figure out what we can do to protect the environment and the health of the people in this county. So that's why I'm going to vote to support this.
Mr. Sadhu.
I just want to read a statement. I hope you guys have patience for another 3 minutes. I just want to say that I'm an engineer. I worked more than 20 years in petroleum industry. My son is an engineer, and he works for a local refinery. In 2004, I was one of the handful of people who had the vision about preserving Cherry Point jobs. Working with the refineries together, with their support, we created a center of excellence for take up all the jobs being vacated by the baby boomers. There were 1,500 plus jobs which will disappear, means people will retire, and to fill that gap, we did that. Andrew is the manager here for Petrogas. He's one of the success story from the program. And there are probably 1,000 jobs here at 4 refineries which have been saved. So saving Cherry Point jobs is not a slogan for me. It's a commitment. The other thing I want to bring your attention to is the public health, safety, and environmental. Since 2008, the number of rail cars carrying crude oil has increased by 4,000%. 4,000%. And less than 1/3 of all the rail cars comply with the safety standards which are voluntary, which have been federal standards which are voluntary. Only 1/3 of the rail cars are according to those specifications. Now, see what happens, how this business works. The rail and the engine is owned by one company, the rail track. There is possibly another operator who is in charge of that shipment from one place to the other. The oil may be owned by the shipper, may be owned by a broker, may be owned by another intermediary, and the refinery may take the possession only when they receive it at their refinery, or they may own it from the first place. But I mean, you can see how many steps are in between. Then there is a web of intermediary LLCs who are all pieces of this whole puzzle. And they may not have no assets. And we know that this happened, what happened in Quebec. Another important factor is that the railroads are not required to buy any insurance. In USA, there is no federal or state minimum insurance requirements for railroads carrying crude oil or any other hazardous cargo. Yes, they do carry some insurance, but they're not required to. So then what happens? There is no other railroad hazard mitigation fund that nationwide that, okay, if there's a disaster, we as an industry, railroads and the hazardous material processors, producers, there is no common fund that would mitigate in case something happens. So what happens when there is a disaster? The county and the city are the first people out there. There's no requirement. We're talking about $150,000. Now you talk about 10, 20, 50, $100 million, which your county has to spend without even asking a question. Then the state comes in and federal comes in. And then after all this thing is done and over with, then you sit and wait, can you recover your money? So we, the people, means the taxpayer, are the payers of the first resort and the last resort. You have to pay money up front, and if you don't get it, too bad, you didn't get it. So these intermediaries may not have much assets to back it up. So the insurance companies fight with each other, lawyers become rich, and we all wait for 10, 20, 30 years that who gets compensated, not the private public, even the governments, do they get their money back for their first responders, for their, all these things. In addition to that, you all know, like the lady said who lives in Birch Bay, the delays. What if your near and dear one is in the ambulance and there's a 45-minute delay in crossing the railroad? School bus every day, public access, people traveling. So, and the increased cost for the local government to bear that cost of maintaining all this. So now look at the flip side. If you own a car or I own a car, I cannot take it out without a third-party liability insurance. I have minimum standards. I have to meet this. And they pay the third party, you may never get paid because they say, oh, you didn't read the fine print. Well, anyways, besides that, let's talk about the refinery jobs, what we hear all the time, and that's the only argument they have. Yes, they provide good jobs. They provide support for our schools, local economy, comply with environmental laws, and oil will be part of our energy mix for some decades to come. It's not denying that. Now, I had conversation, I should say, with both the refinery representatives and Mr. Tony Larson on this subject. I asked a very simple, basic question. Would the companies assure the people of Whatcom County that they will not shut down the refining operations and become crude oil terminals? Very simple question. The answer was something like this. We cannot give insurances, trust us. Our corporate management makes global decisions based on where and how we can maximize our profits. Now, you decide what is in the best interest of local community. Do we make it easier for refineries to export all the manufacturing jobs along with the unrefined crude oil? Or we hold them responsible towards the local communities and keep these refining manufacturing jobs in our communities? Or in other words, you have seen that we export lumber logs or we export finished lumber. Now, I wonder if the refineries have no plans to move these manufacturing operations overseas, then why would they care about this study? I think this is from the public perspective that we want to do this study. Now, let me talk about what this study does. And this is just paraphrasing the wording, exact wording. The undertaking of the study are what are the legal rights, limitations, and responsibilities of Whatcom County Council or Whatcom County government to limit the exposure to public safety. I just explained you the rail car disaster. So what are our exposure? What are the negative impacts on our economy? What are the increased hazards of oil transportation and the impact on our environment? Why? Because if we expand these facilities to facilitate not what they are doing right now, if they expand their to facilitate export, what are those impacts? What's wrong with studying? This is your safety. For $150,000, more or less, that's the budget. We not mean that we're going to spend all the money, but that's the budget. It's estimate. But we are trying to find out. We know what are the limitations of Magnuson Act and Commerce Clause and all these. We are not naive. We have discussed it to a lot of length. We have legal counsel on these things. We're not saying that we can shut down exports and we're going to do this. We are saying what happens, how we can be responsible to our own residents of this exposure and preserving the jobs. Now, I have one more thing to say. Now, the thing is, there are two approaches to do this. The one approach is do nothing. That's what Whatcom Business Alliance has been saying, and the refineries have been saying. Do nothing, trust us, don't ask any questions, don't verify anything, just pray and hope that we do not make a decision or our company doesn't make a decision to become export terminal. The second approach, possible approach, is do something, verify the future plans, ask the commitment from the oil companies that they will keep the manufacturing jobs here, and make it a little harder. Make it a little harder for them to become an export terminal. Both these approaches have limited chances of success. So, the other part I want to tell you, these refineries were built 50 years ago to process crude from Alaska. The Alaskan crude, since year 2000, Alaskan crude has been dwindling. I'm not privy to the exact numbers, but I know that Alaskan crude is dwindling, and they are now augmenting that feedstock from overseas, from other places. That's why there's so much pressure on the oil by train. So, there is inherent obsolescence in these refineries from the feedstock itself. So we are beating on ourselves that we are pushing them away. No, we are not. Not the decision taken by these companies in future, we have no say. Not Whatcom Business Alliance has any say. Not the political opportunists have any say. Not the local employees have any say, and nor does Whatcom County Council or Whatcom County government. The companies decide what is best in their interest, and we all have to live with that. These are the facts. Now, you guys decide what your government should do, and how should we decide, how should we protect your objectives, your interest. It may happen 5 years, it may happen 20 years. We are totally in dark, and nobody has come forward to assure that these are our plans. We get 20-year outlook report every year. So every year, they look at it for next 20 years. We're not privy to that. We have no idea what their plans are. So we are working in dark, so we will My recommendation personally is that we should work in the best interest of our residents, because that's what our job is. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Mr. Mann?
I want to thank my colleagues for some very excellently made points, and I want to thank everyone out here who's testified, a lot of you are probably back home by now. But thank you for all the testimony tonight, and thank you for both sides and all sides of this issue for being respectful and listening to each other. I really value and appreciate that. I just want to address one issue. I think the gentleman's name was Mr. Groves back there. I think he works at BP. And he was saying, what do I tell the guys I work with? And I understand there's fear out there. There's perhaps they're under the impression that we're coming for your jobs. And you said, or he said, what do I tell them? And I would tell you this. Tell them to stop listening to the bogus talking points put out there by the professional fearmongers at the Whatcom Business Alliance. We are not coming after your jobs. We are not coming after the existing operations. We are not going to inhibit your ability to maintain your facilities, to do turnarounds, to upgrade your facilities. These things that you're hearing and these motivations that are being appended to us are just completely bogus. I would suggest you read the ordinance. I would suggest you talk to us. Thank you.
Mr. Meyer?
And even for me. Even for you.
Especially. Don't clap for Ken.
Don't clap for anybody.
It's nice going towards the end because I can be fairly short and sweet. About a week ago, I got up in the morning to haul my garbage out to my curb, and I found a Protect Cherry Point Jobs sign planted in my front yard. And I looked at that for a second, and I left it there, and it's still there, because if you look what this council has done through the almost past year, we've bent over backwards to make sure what we're doing is preserving the existing jobs at Cherry Point. So I have no problem with a sign in front of my house saying preserve jobs at Cherry Point.
I have 2 signs in front of my house.
All right. Same guy got you, huh? A lot of people have asked why we need this study. There was some questions about that. I think Mr. Langley asked the question of why do we need to spend $150,000 on this study. So let me just talk about that for a second. You know, when we were talking about that during the budget last fall, we asked our prosecutor's office that provides us with our legal opinions about the need for that, and he came back and said, yes, there would be a need for outside counsel. It's a very specialized territory. It's in-depth legal advice, and it would be needed to get good outside counsel because it's so specialized. One of the reasons we think we need the study is, you know, first of all, everybody was getting all upset with all the coal trains coming through and focused on that. Both refineries came in and got permits to put in facilities to unload oil trains at those facilities. This council never was given any heads up that that was even going through our permitting office, because that's not part of our job. We don't approve permits. So that was all a done deal before this council even knew that we were having oil trains come through here. We have a pipeline just north of the border that is bigger than the Keystone Pipeline. The ex-premier of British Columbia, the mayor of Vancouver have both suggested that there's lots of people that live in British Columbia. Not many people live in Whatcom County. Why don't you just move that pipeline south of the border and take it to Cherry Point? That's on the record of the National Energy Board of Canada. You know, recently, for the last few months, I think we have come to feel, at least here, at least I feel, that there is very little hope that the federal government is going to help us in the next few years. So the study is needed. Somebody brought up the point of why don't we just talk with the Cherry Point Industries? And I think Carol Perry said that she heard me ask them to come and talk to us. We invited them to come here and tell us what their future plans are so we would know whether there was any concerns with exporting crude oil or hear it from their mouths. They refuse to come here and talk to us about their future plans. So there's a clear need for a study of legal ways that we can do a variety of things, hopefully, to protect the safety and welfare of both people in this county and the environment. And that's why I'm supporting this moratorium to give us that time.
Okay, are we ready for the vote? Ms. Brenner?
No. What?
You have not voted for Biden.
Yeah. Well, I am going to make this short. I do appreciate everybody who came to speak to us, and I am positive 99% of them, all sides, absolutely believe what they said. I think most of the council members believe what they said too. My problem is, for me, it just doesn't pan out at all. A few people got up and spoke about how one of the very worst things we're going to get is all this acid rain and acid currents coming from Asia if we ship crude. And you know, when the first moratorium came up, I supported it because I don't want to see crude or coal shipped. But then it got changed as to what we're talking about limiting, and it includes quite a few refined products. And that was my first, and I didn't get the moratorium till I was out here to vote on it. Other people may have seen it sooner, but I wasn't privy to it. When I read it, I couldn't support it anymore because of that. But one of the biggest problems I have, for people who are so concerned and worried about fish, which I am, I had read this kind of before we even got started on this. It's called The King of Fish. It was about salmon, and that's been something that's really important to me. And between that and some of the articles that I Googled on after that, what I found was the major source of acidity coming here, the major, by far, much more than anything else, is coming from Asia. My belief is, if we do the best job, and I believe right here in Whatcom County we have the best refineries, but we also do the best job of anywhere else in the world, I believe. And I would want it to, since I'm a global person, I would want it to be done the best. I would want it to be done here. I would like to see an expansion of refining in Whatcom County so that people aren't shipping crude to other places. I do believe that fossil fuel is here and now and will be here for a while, and we will evolve into other things. And I've already done a lot of that my own self, and I'm not going to brag or tell you what I've done, but you can come to my place anytime and you'll see. I really do believe the environment is a global thing, and just because we don't do something better here doesn't mean it won't be done worse somewhere else, and we will accept all the pollution. And this has nothing to do with corporations. I don't have an opinion one way or another about corporations, but I do know, I've been out to the refineries numerous times, and the workers out there do take pride in what they do. They're not just, taking some job. And the person who talked about they're importing them from other places, I've never met somebody who was imported and left at the refineries, and I've met hundreds of the workers over the years. So anyone I've ever met maybe they came here initially, but everybody came here initially unless you were born here, like the Lummies, who I have a lot of respect for, and the other tribes who I have a lot of respect for. I don't think it's either or, and I'm sorry that this thing has become an either or thing. And John, if he doesn't want to hear the rest of what I have, no, you can leave. It's okay. I like you anyway, John. I love what you said. I just feel that when we put as much negativity in the wording, and I'm a big one about, just like I am about commas, I'm a big one about the feel of what we write. And I did put a compromise in there, about doing a study that could allow the industries to prosper while protecting our environment and get it into the, that's our goal, that we treat them, that we care that much. This is very negative, and I'll argue with anybody who says it's not. So I can't support this, and I hope that it doesn't affect the businesses. I'm concerned it will, and I think that, they will evolve, but if we do something too quick here, which I think we are doing, it's not going to go away. It's just going to go somewhere else, and we're global, we're global, so we're going to reap the worst parts of the pollution, especially the whole idea of anything being done in Asia at this point because of how they don't do anything when it comes to pollution. So that's my reason, and I don't think I'm going anywhere with it, but I'm not voting for this.
Okay, anything else? Seeing nothing more, could you please call the roll?
Rudd Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ken Mann.
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Carl Weimer,
Yes.
Barbara Brenner.
No.
That passes 6-1 with Councilmember Brenner opposed.
Whatever.
I'd like to echo what Mr. Mann said, and thank you all for being here tonight, and thanks to all of those who, as he said, that are probably already home. It was a great exercise in democracy. It's great to hear your voices. It was said several times we're the last line of defense here locally. That's very important, and you are all part of that as well. So have a nice night. We're going to take a short break. We're going to take about a 10-minute break, and we'll be right back up.
I wanted to stand up, but I thought.
It's amazing how many people in the university have work like Dana.
I know. Dana's going.
Okay, if we could get council members back up in their seats, please. Okay, we will. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Oh, brother.
We gotta wait for our television man.
Let's see, so where are we?
Doesn't count. We're at the second item on the agenda.
Okay.
This should go quick now.
The second item, but we already did the oh, that's a hearing.
We have open session too now, right?
It's not gonna be real open.
Say, go ahead, give open session, maybe one
Well,
person.
we gotta wait for our cameraman to come back. He had to.
I know, but I'm saying when it does, let's see if anybody does wanna say something different.
Of course, that's where we are.
That would be refreshing.
Gotta figure it out. Oh, by the way,
You need
can you get the door for him?
Seth Paul, you need a stopwatch thing. You need one of those things. You went like
Go on and on.
10 times beyond the 3 minutes.
No,
You
no.
went like,
He's here the whole time, you just didn't see him. I asked you the same
I
thing.
know, but I have so much on my mind.
I know, me too, but I was just, since I was last, nobody wanted to.
Yes.
So he's fast.
You don't have to feed the meter after 11 o'clock, dude.
Oh, he went to the bathroom.
Well, don't embarrass the poor guy.
It's not gonna embarrass him, he doesn't have the thing on.
So we went to the bathroom.
Ready? Okay, we will call the meeting back to order, and we are now screaming along. We're at open session. So during open session, the audience members will have up to 3 minutes to discuss address the council on any issue that's relevant to county business. Please, as before, state your name, your topic of interest, and if your name is complicated, please spell it for the clerk. We will open the open session.
Perfect.
Right here, yeah.
Hi, my name's Mary Dumas. I'm a Whatcom County rural resident, have been for 36 years. I'm just here to ask a question about some information that was on your agenda today that I wasn't able to make during the daytime. This is related to Agenda Bill 2017096. It's an ordinance amending the Whatcom County budget. It's your third request, and I'm specifically interested in item number 2, $9,600 to fund community relations consultant to the sheriff's office. I'm not able to find any information about that in your agenda bills anywhere else. Is there any documentation so the public will know what we're buying or being gifted?
Well, the budget thing passed in committee, we're gonna vote on it here.
Yeah, my question is more about transparency.
Yeah.
What is it about? Cannot find any information on the donor site, the sheriff's site, or your site, so I'm just looking for a little more detail. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak in the ocean?
Tyler. We'll have Tyler tell us.
I think if we can get her number.
I'm Joy Gilfillan, Whatcom County, and I want to thank the Whatcom County Council for the support that they have had of the Incarceration Prevention Reduction Task Force. The results that the City of Bellingham reported in the last few weeks over the last year's work that they've just done on electronic home monitoring and on moving people into the Yakima jail so that they get the benefit of a third time off rather than a sixth time off has actually saved the City of Bellingham over $300,000. And it saved 3,000 days, jail bed days, and it's actually helped 150 different people get a leg up. I think that's incredible. I think that's just step one in what the Incarceration Prevention Task Force is doing, and I think that the Lummi Nation is doing incredible work. There are many people in this county working to take people out of the jail funnel, and I think that I would like to thank you guys for encouraging it to happen, and I hope that you do not put the jail tax on the agenda for 2017. I think we need to give the county time and the people time to remove people out of the system, get their work done before you decide to just pass a sales tax on to the people and fund more municipal government taxes. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else like to speak? Carol, go on down.
Carol Perry, Whatcom County. I wanted to take some of Sat Paul's last words that he spoke this evening for the people of Whatcom County. That would be the way I would approach this subject as I follow Ms. Gilfillan about the jail. Followed the jail thing, and I want to remind you, when you started this whole thing, there was 2 task force committees that came to you and said, we know that we need a jail. We've gone to see other jails, they visited, they studied, they spent all sorts of time. The only thing that we don't know is we don't know how many beds. We're really not, we're not in a position to do that. So it came to you, and you talked about it, I remember, and you said, well, we don't know how many beds. So it was batted around for quite a while, and we said, we need a professional group. We need a professional planner to help us know how many beds. So I remember DLR was selected, and actually, I told you, my son-in-law was in a group, a big corporation in Seattle that also did it, and they lost out. So DLR must have been really good. And then I remember when DLR came, and I remember Mr. Mann being just disgusted with them. But they studied, and they really struggled with it a little bit. And they said, well, the only way I think to satisfy your problem is to build a jail that can be expanded. So let's build it for your needs that you have now, but make it so it can be expanded so that we don't repeat the problem that we've had before. And as I remember, the final cost of DLR was about $146,000. Now, it may have gone way beyond that, or I might have it off a little bit, but there was a lot of money spent. And they studied that thing, and they brought you material every couple of weeks. Please. All that to say, each time it's come back to you, council, I just go crazy. Because the only thing that you can come up with, and you voted for that land too. I mean, there was a big study on the land. There was a big study on the Silver Eagle. You went through all of it. And then when it came to a decision time, you said, we don't have enough information. Man, how much information do you have to have?
Time.
You've got to make a decision for the people of Whatcom County. Go through that jail every morning as you come here, or once a week, or once a month. It only took once for me to convince me, and I don't like to spend money. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak during the open session? Okay, we will close the open session and move to finance.
Hey, Mr. Chair, could I want to address something
Yes.
quickly. Just a comment in public session was made about, how we were lacking in transparency or lacking in information. So I just want to respond to that as quickly as we can, not still on the record. The issue that Ms. Dumas raised has a detailed explanation on page 18 of the packet. Just for the record, I want to read it. It says, members of minority communities may occasionally be reluctant to report crime to law enforcement due to trust issues. The Whatcom Community Foundation will provide $9,600 to support a community relations consultant to assist with improving communications, trust, and relationships between the Sheriff's Office and various minorities and underserved communities, and to provide ongoing training to deputies and staff. And that was what the $9,600 is for, and it's from the Whatcom Community Foundation. So hopefully that clears that up. Page 18.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Mann.
Sure.
Mr. Brown, Finance?
Mr. Chair, the Whatcom County Finance Administrative Services Committee met today and we considered two items from the consent agenda. Both items received a vote of 3-0 and I so moved to the full council for approval.
Okay, we have that motion before us. Any discussion?
What are we doing?
Consent agenda?
Okay.
See
Oh,
none?
wait a minute. I did have something on consent agenda, just a sec. It's been a long night. Consent agenda. That was okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, that one is fine. And, yeah, well, those are the
Okay.
only two.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously.
Mr. Chair, the next item is replaced with this orange version, for the benefit of everybody. I will read the ordinance and explain the difference. It's an ordinance amending the Ordinance 2014-075, establishment of a courthouse building envelope fund and budget to include additional funding of $2,427,809 to cover the cost of the scheduled maintenance and repairs. During the committee meeting, the committee voted 3-0 to remove the EDI portion of this and to leave the remaining funding of $1,675,188 from the REIT fund for this. And the reason for the removal was that the committee felt that the council, in good faith, should not spend EDI money for its own purposes until such time as we have addressed the issue of how we're spending EDI money within the rest of the community, and particularly how it's allocated to the other small cities. In other words, if we're going to ask them to go onto a diet for the moment, we should go on a diet as well. So with that, I move approval with the amended amount.
Okay, we have a motion before us. Discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ken Mann,
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Carl Weimer,
Yes.
Barbara Brenner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes. Mr. Chair, the next item was an ordinance amending the 2017 Whatcom County budget, third request in the amount of $2,104,121. This received unanimous approval, and I so move.
Okay, we have that motion before us. Any discussion? Please call the roll.
One night, is it?
Wait a minute.
I feel like we should have asked Mike.
Which one are we on?
What one are we on?
Number 2.
Number 2. Oh, the budget.
$2,104,121.
Oh, yeah, wait a second.
Did you have any?
Yeah, I did. That was the one I meant. Just a second. I'm sorry. Long night, and I am. Okay, this was the, wait a minute. Where's the budget one? What page?
12,
No.
where it starts.
Back to here. 12 through, okay, yeah, in place. There was a couple things. 12, here we go. I got that one. Yeah,
Yes?
well, I have a problem because they never sent us the mileage on the vehicles. Now, is that because they don't even have them now and they couldn't tell us what they were? I'm asking Tyler.
I don't think there's an answer there.
Well, these are vehicles that, I always say I want to see the mileage, and I didn't see the mileage anywhere. Maybe I missed it.
Which is that?
It's item 7 on page 12.
The
So-
water tank thing was what, so what?
Tyler Schroeder, Deputy Executive, if I could have a little help, Councilmember Brenner, on what you're referring to?
Oh, it's number 7 of the budget thing.
Page
It's-
12.
Yeah, well, that's page 12, but
And was there a conversation this morning in committee in regards to the mileage?
no, we didn't get to it, but well, sorry, everything went on so late, if anybody will remember that I had to run out because I had to do something.
So I do not know the mileage tonight. We can follow up with council if that's something that's the wish of the council, but I do not know that information, nor was I prepared for the conversation.
All right,
Is anybody gonna let me withdraw that? I'll move to withdraw number 7.
Withdraw number 7. You,
Why can't I do that?
are you, we have a motion to approve this ordinance, so do you want to, at this point, I think the only thing you can do is vote no?
I don't think so. I can amend it.
You can amend it if you'd like.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay. So you want to amend,
I'm amending it to remove number 7,
okay?
because I would like
Do
to
we have a
have.
second?
I'll second that. I have a question.
Yeah.
This $240,000, Tyler, weren't this, when we did the budget, there was, previous to that, we had a list of vehicles you wanted to replace. And we had like prolonged discussion at that time, why we are replacing them, what the mileage is, all those things.
I don't think they were the same ones. If they were, that's fine.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, so Tyler Schroeder, Deputy Executive, Councilmember Sadoo, that's a good question. So these are additions to that list, and if
Yeah.
you see on page 38, there's an indication of background and purpose for the reasons why we came forward with additional items to be added to that.
Right.
Due to timing and workload back in last fall, when we were talking about the capital list, which was the first time we put that type of capital list together, several purchases were not able to be completed by the end of 2016 that we anticipated when we were having the conversation. There's an unanticipated water tank replacement and a correction to fund the upgrades as approved in one of the ASRs. So this is a request to update that list on items that we didn't know about and didn't anticipate last fall. So we were coming back to council to get authority for ER&R authorization.
So these are additional vehicles, or these vehicles were in the list, but you did not know that they need to be replaced?
These vehicles were going to be replaced in 2016.
Yes.
We were unable to do that.
Yes.
And one of the oversights was not to include them on the 17-18 ER&R list because we thought we were going to replace them.
So you have already provided the mileage and everything when we were discussing in 2016?
Correct.
Yes, that's what I was arriving at, that these are the same vehicles. We went through item by item, department by department, and mileage and why we are replacing them. And they couldn't do that in 2016, so they're wanting to do it from this budget.
Ms. Brenner?
I understand that. I do not remember the water tank thing being on there at all. That's why I assumed. I don't even remember talking about a water tank back in 2016.
So I believe the water tank replacement was unanticipated.
Yeah, so what else was unanticipated? So we didn't talk about all of them.
If the wish of full council is to understand the mileage of the unanticipated water truck tank replacement, we can provide it to you
Well, I have one
at a
que-
later date, but I do not have that.
Is the water tank the only one that wasn't discussed of these items?
The other items were on the 2016 ER&R list to be replaced. We thought we were going to get that accomplished by the
No,
end of the year.
I get it.
So no, they were not in the capital list discussion through the budget process.
So means we didn't get to see how many miles they had on it at the time?
Not during the budget process.
Okay, that's what I thought.
We would have done that when we listed them in the 2016
Yes.
ER&R
But it didn't
decision.
happen.
It does not change the fact, whatever the mileage was told us 4 months ago or 4 months later.
And at that time, they were on the ER&R list for replacement.
Yes.
We, by oversight, forgot to get them in the 2017 list. That is why we're coming back to council.
But I
Mr. Chair,
still,
I call the question.
Question's been called. Do we have a second?
I'm calling the question.
Yeah, I second that.
Okay, question's been called. All those in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
no.
That passes 6-1. So we are calling the question on Ms. Brenner's amendment to remove number 7.
I had another question.
We've called the question.
I know.
All those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
No. That fails 2-5.
Somebody agree with me?
I agreed with you.
Woo.
Ooh.
Okay.
Okay, so now back to the main motion on the ordinance. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ken Mann,
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Carl Weimer,
Yes.
Barbara Brenner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan.
Yes. That passes 7-0.
Mr. Chair, the next item was an ordinance authorising interfund loans to finance cash flow for stormwater capital project budgets. This received unanimous approval, and I so move.
Okay, is there any discussion on this motion? Okay, please call the roll.
Ken Mann,
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Carl Weimer,
Yes.
Barbara Brenner,
Yes.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan.
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Mr. Chair, the next item is to request authorisation for the county executive to enter into a contract between the Whatcom County Flood Control Zone District and the Nature Conservancy to support the Deming Levee setback construction and Lower Nooksack River geomorphic assessment in the amount of $250,000. In this case, the council is acting as the Whatcom County Flood Control Zone District Board of Supervisors. This received unanimous approval, and I so move.
Okay, we have that motion in front of us. Discussion, Ms. Brenner.
I'm not supporting this. Paula Cooper, or whatever, what's her married name now?
Yeah.
But you know who I mean. She said she'd get that information about whether that person who's been working on this since January has an actual license, a geology license. And I couldn't find a license in the state of Washington for her. And it's my understanding by state law that she has to be licensed in the state of Washington to provide geological information. It was pretty broad what it said. So I'm not comfortable going ahead with this when we don't know if she can legally do this. And Paula said, I was at that part of the meeting, and Paula said she'd get that information back to us, and she didn't do it. So I don't think we should vote on it.
Any other discussion? Mr. Mann?
All right, so I heard you asking about this afternoon, and I have to admit, I didn't pay that close attention to it. But what you're saying is that this grant from NOAA is being sub-grant awarded or whatever to do this work, and then that person is not legally qualified or licensed to do the work?
I don't think so.
How did you think to look up somebody's license?
Because it kind of irritated me that it was somebody from, no offense to Montana, but it wasn't, we have plenty of geologists in our own state. And I always get nervous when I see they're from out of state, kind of like what happened with the Utah State University thing that I didn't support, and it ended up they did a lousy job and we lost hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Okay.
So that's why.
I am continually amazed at how thorough you are. So and I mean that, you know that. I'm being totally serious. I mean, I know you actually do want to know what the mileage is on those vehicles.
I know.
And I know that you looked up this person's, is a woman, I think you said, or you looked up her license number or something. So what's her name? Where did you find this?
Oh, shoot. I got it.
Where does it say she's from Montana?
It was in the January, what was, you guys,
I'm looking at the contract.
she was a corporation, but she's a woman who's a corporation. But she did not have a geology license in the state. If you said her name, I'd know it, but it was back in January, and I wasn't happy then. But now I can't find that she's got a license in this state, so I'm totally not. Yeah, her name was somewhere.
Somebody throw us a lifeline.
Yeah, I don't have one of those.
First of all, I just want to echo Mr. Mann's comments.
Is it Jenny
You are
Baker?
thorough.
We can wait till next meeting. I mean, let's
Councilmember
move
Brenner,
forward.
was it Jenny Baker? Because that's the only name that I see.
No, I don't think that was her name.
No, I remember
Thought
this
it began with an R.
thing did come up before. Yeah,
January.
I remember.
And I was concerned back then, like, you know, why are we hiring somebody from Montana to do stuff that's very,
I didn't see anything about a person.
I see the Nature
no, it's in the
Conservancy.
January one. It's not in this one. But it was in the January, it may be in this too, but it was in the January one. And I remembered because it was that person from Montana. I love Montana, but that's not the point. I moved to table till we get that information, which Paula was
second
gonna
that.
get us.
I second that.
Thank you.
Well, I've got an amendment I'd like to propose into that,
Okay,
Amendment to table.
which I would like to approve this subject to Mr. Schroeder verifying that the person has license to do the work.
Oh, I don't think that's good to do it that way.
Well, I don't see any need to hold this up because we do have there's a
Okay.
season to do the work.
Yeah,
and-
yeah.
And
I-
it closes very
I-
quickly.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah,
Well,
let's just do that.
Can I ask what the licensing requirements are? Do we know what those are?
It was a whack or something from the state.
So not just contingent on whether the person has a license, but if the person needs a license, then has a
Yeah,
license. It
both.
might not be a need for a license.
Okay.
Yes. We
That's
should
fair
find
enough.
out both.
Can we do a contingent approval?
okay, so the motion has been amended to go ahead and we will vote on this, but the outcome will be contingent upon Mr. Schroeder providing us information about.
No,
That she is legally,
verifying that she can.
Verifying.
that she
yeah.
can legally do this in this state
Yeah.
as a geologist.
Yes.
Yeah, so Tyler Schroeder, so prior to signature of this contract and grant authority, I will confirm with Public Works that a Washington State license is a requirement.
Yeah.
And if so, that the individual has a Washington State license for engineering.
Paula, you might
Yeah,
just talk to
And
her.
I remember the conversation
Yeah.
from committee in which
Okay.
Paula had indicated she was gonna follow up, and so I will follow up with her as well.
Thank you. All right,
So
fair enough.
can I ask a question
may.
too? So is this, just to make sure we're all talking about the exact same thing, this is the one that's from NOAA, the NOAA grant funding that goes through the Nature Conservancy? right?
Yeah,
That's the
Yeah.
one? Okay.
That's
And
the
you
one.
looked that up, because I don't see anything about a Montana geologist
well,
in
that was
here.
back in January.
So, does anyone from the Nature Conservancy know this person's name, or are we just gonna?
Well, nobody's here from the Nature Conservancy.
Okay.
Oh, she is? Are you from the Nature Conservancy? I didn't think so.
She's not.
No.
Paula Harris this morning in committee did understand the reference that
Okay.
this
Yes.
conversation is
She did.
around.
Yeah.
I clearly do not, but we will follow up and confirm prior to signature for the grant.
Yeah, I like the way you put it, what you're going to do. So, all right.
And
Yes.
in all fairness, the whack, somebody found me the whack. I just didn't feel like it, anyway. But somebody found the whack for me, so it exists, I just can't, might be in my,
Okay, so, see no further discussion. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
okay, and I'm gonna look,
So, no, that was the amendment, wasn't it? Now you want the full motion. don't
It
you?
wasn't really,
the contingency.
it was kind of an add-on, it was a contingency.
Are you satisfied? Okay. Next, Mr. Chair, the next item is request authorization for the county executive to enter into a grant agreement between the Whatcom County Flood Control Zone District and the Washington State Military Department for state and federal funding for voluntary acquisition of 5 flood-prone properties in Marietta and the removal of all associated structures in the amount of $342,737. In this case, the council is again acting as the Whatcom County Flood Control Zone District Board of Supervisors. This received unanimous
I found it.
approval, and I so move.
Part of it.
Okay. That motion is before us. Discussion?
This is Marietta one?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Mr. Chair, there was nothing further from finance.
I found her name.
Okay, we're past that.
That's
Oh.
not,
I found it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we had, from Special Committee of the Whole this afternoon, we had a resolution initiating proposed comprehensive plan and zoning amendments. The substitute resolution is in the lime green version.
yeah.
I would entertain a motion.
Move approval.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Ms. Brenner?
Let me just make sure I got them right. I looked through here, they look fine with me. We are not doing the one about the buffer reduction. We are doing the one about the buffer waiver, and there was something else too. Oh, we added, did we add
We
something from
removed-
Point Roberts?
We removed 2 as well.
Right, okay, gotcha. All right.
Mr. Weimer?
Yeah, one consideration I had, and I think there's a way around this, is that the way we pulled out the Point Roberts thing for review, it's going to delay the implementation of the Cherry Point ones, or the final vote, so, because we have to wait for that to go through the Planning Commission. I don't want to delay the Cherry Point getting the study started. But I think we can move forward on that anyway, because that was a separate item in the budget that we've already, budgeted for. So I think we need the administration to help us set up, how to move forward with that contract or that legal study at Cherry Point, and jump through the hoops and maybe run it through the, Finance Committee. Because I think we can get started with that without waiting 2 or 3 months for the Cherry Point amendments to come back to us. Because when we put that in the budget, there was not even a reference to linking that to the comp plan.
Mark Personius with Planning. That's true. Council, you can move forward with that study at any time. I mean, you didn't need the comp plan amendment to do that, I understand.
We didn't really need it in the comp plan.
And so, I just want to make sure you guys are clear. The docket is different and distinct from the concurrent review when you actually make a motion and make a decision on Cherry Point. And if you're going to do that on Point Roberts as well. As we discussed, I think in committee, we would prepare the ordinance and introduce Cherry Point amendments on April 4th for hearing on April 18th. And you can make a motion that night on the 18th to make a decision. It would, like you have done in the past, it would go on to concurrent review. And when we brought the Cherry Point, Point Roberts stuff to you, hopefully within a month after that, then you could make those decisions at the same time. And presumably that would be May, and then that's when the official comp plan amendments would be made.
Okay, my main point was just that, I think we even heard from the prosecutor that there's a process to go through to ask for outside legal stuff, and let's get that going for this study instead of waiting any longer, if that's the wishes of the council.
Okay, any other discussion? Mr. Brown?
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Personius. Can you just explain to me, some of these items have been on the docket since, say, 2012. How do we prioritize which ones we work on?
So we would typically come to you every spring, late winter, spring, with kind of the work program for the year for the long-range planning program. And that's where, after we do this docket, then we can sort of lay out what we're doing this year and what we can get done, we think we can get done this year, and what we can't get done this year. So stuff that stays on here is stuff that either has a lower priority, or it's been targeted to be included in as a part of a larger project. So a lot of these individual amendments were things like, we always anticipated to roll those into a larger zoning code update. We just haven't got there yet.
Do we give priority to people who've paid an application fee?
Those people who pay get right on the top of the list,
Okay.
yeah.
Does the applicant who applied today, is he aware that he's delaying the processing of his application by not paying the fee?
Well, that would be, that one we would process this year. The marijuana one?
Right.
Yeah, we would process, well, it's a minor, it's not a.
No, I know that,
time-consuming one.
but
Some of these are very.
the guy
time-consuming.
expressed there was some urgency with it. And,
No.
and I was just wondering if he's caused himself further delay by not paying the fee.
I don't think that, it's not, it doesn't look to me like it's a very simple, relatively simple code change, so it's just a matter of running through the process.
Yeah, no further question.
Ms. Brenner?
I spoke to his representative. He was fine with it. He was here today.
Mr. Donovan?
So that list of the previous applications, is that in any order, or is it just sort of random? Or is that is random?
Don't look at it as a priority.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? See none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. We move on to executive appointments to boards, commissions, and committees. There's a request for confirmation of the county executive's appointment of Arlene Feld and Natasha Raming to the North Sound Behavioral Health Organizations Advisory Board.
Move approval by acclamation.
Okay, got a motion and a second. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. On to introduction items. We have 4 items. I'd entertain a motion to introduce.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously. On to committee reports. Natural Resources.
We had a presentation from Washington State Extension about forestry and some of the education programs they did, and we learned a lot about the price of various types of lumber and qualities of lumber and the education programs. And we deflected them with a lot of questions. It was good. Other than that, there was nothing.
Okay. Anything else from finance you want to highlight?
No, not that I can think of unless there's something I forgot.
Small business people,
Oh,
IT
sorry,
department.
sorry. Yes.
See,
Sorry,
we're all
it is-
getting
It is, what is it, 11:30, yeah. Yes, we had a, you're correct, Mr. Chair, we had a presentation from the Small Business Development Centre, who's been around, staff of 5, who has been assisting small businesses in Whatcom County to either improve their operations or assisting them in the startups. They've been doing it for a long time, and everything I've heard about them independently has been excellent. The next item was a report from the Administrative Services Department, and I must admit, someone who's been in the IT sector, I was a little bit surprised at how much stuff they've got on their plate, and I've always been impressed by the staff, so that's it.
Okay. We're on to other items of business. I see Mr. Weimer has an item for us.
Yeah, I've got one. At the last meeting, I mentioned that there was a deadline coming up for a comment period for the reintroduction of grizzly bears, and that comment period got postponed for a month till the end of April. So I brought the letter that I drafted, and I passed out a copy with the hopes that maybe we can send it from the whole council now that you have time to look at it. So we can do that this evening if people have had a chance to read it and feel comfortable, but since we got till the end of April, we could do it at any of the next 2 meetings too, I think. So whatever is the wishes of the council, and if nobody wants to touch it, I think Mr. Brown and Mr. Buchanan already said they were interested in signing on just to send a letter that
I'm
wouldn't
happy
be
to-
from the whole council.
Well, I'm happy to approve this, vote to approve this now.
I would move approval.
All right, I'll second.
Okay. Ms. Brenner?
I'm gonna speak against it. That guy that came in a lot about?
Stiley?
Bruce, yeah. He's convinced me there's lots of unintended consequences, and I'm not interested. So, and I really don't want him to get much more upset.
But don't tell them.
Any further discussion?
I'm not voting for it.
Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
You don't like teddy bears?
I like teddy bears. Grizzlies, that's another story.
I know, they're grizzly bears. Okay, any other items of new business for
Yes.
council members? Ms. Brenner?
Yeah, this kind of went dormant for a bit because we never heard back, and Tyler was gonna get us information about it. This was from those people who have this thing under home occupation that really should be a cottage industry. It's the, this big gallery thing, and they're on a shared driveway with a bunch of people, and they've just taken over the whole driveway, and they have, because their neighbors couldn't afford to stay in court on it, and they had to give in part of their property so they could do turnarounds and everything. I'm outraged by the whole thing. What'd you find out?
So I've been working with Tyler Schroeder again. I've been working with Planning Development Services. Mark Personius, planning manager that just went home for the evening, has prepared some background information about the road standards and how those permits are processed. My understanding is that in the docketing procedure, there was some updates to the existing Title 20, some code changes that can happen through that docketing process. And so it was my understanding that planning was going to take that conversation back to council through that process lay out the memo, and then proposing the changes if council would like to do changes during that timeframe.
Okay,
So I'm sorry we haven't followed up to date, but we have been talking about it behind the scenes, and we anticipated to engage council on that topic through the Title 20 code change amendments in this year.
So we could stop them from doing that. I mean, I don't think it was fair to force them to go to court. Whoever's got the money wins. That's not right. We should have, protected against something like that to begin with. So can we do, it sounds like we can still do something.
The council has the ability to change the code for future applications. I don't want the council to think that there's ways that we can do the permit that was already issued.
But that's not fair because that was never the intent of how it was, and it wasn't even stated that way. And in fact, it does state in that thing about road standards and all that you're not allowed to create more traffic than would be expected. And that certainly creates more traffic than would be expected. So I don't think it's right.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I think, Ms. Brenner, I'm sympathetic to what you're saying, but I actually went to the file on that particular group of properties and I read the road easement. And it's probably one of the briefest ones I've ever read. And that's the fundamental problem, is the road easement itself was poorly drafted.
Yeah.
I honestly don't think, I agree with Mr. Schroeder. I don't think there's anything we can do about that particular situation.
There certainly isn't anything we can really do tonight. Yes.
Well, maybe not tonight, but I want us to do something about it. And if something was not done to standards, to legal standards, then punish the people at planning and development. But it was done as a conditional use permit anyway. And so Tyler, it was done as a conditional use permit, I believe. You're kidding.
Okay, that's a
Oh, you
discussion
don't
for
know?
another
Okay,
time.
all right. But there was one other thing I wanted to tell you. I found the woman's name from Montana. It was Karen Boyd, and I got this RCW, which you might want to write down. I got it from Ellen Baker. It's RCW 18.220.020, license required, and it's extremely specific. What?
He's right.
Karen, you're making a face, and I'm thinking, you want me to read it?
No, I was just writing it down to make sure I follow up with Public Works.
You're gonna leave it to me to remember to write it down so you can follow up.
He was writing
tonight?
it down.
Oh, you wrote it down, okay.
Okay, let's move on. Any other items of business? Seeing none, council member updates.
I'm gonna miss the next meeting.
No updates. Not that pesky pipeline business again, is it?
Yeah, I'm gonna be in Banff for that week.
Look.
Oh, okay, you don't have my sympathy.
Poor to you.
Nothing to report.
I have nothing to report.
Saturday was the 25th anniversary running of the Chuckanut 50K. It's a great event that
Did you
continues
do
to
it?
bring, no, my wife did it. I stood there and watched her finish. But the top three finishers were all from out of state. It brings a lot of people in from out of state. It's a great event. And thanks for all the people who volunteered on it. I just watched.
Sounds like a recreational economy.
So I was mentioning.
Okay, let's go ahead and adjourn while it's still the 21st.